All right, hello everybody. Let me check the audio. All right, that sounds good. Looks like we got audio. We're in good shape. All right. Well, it's been a busy day so far for severe weather. Turn the audio check down here. We have ongoing severe weather, especially in East Texas right now. A bit of a convective system here developed overnight, and that's working right now its way through eastern Texas, now south of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And then we have severe weather watches out here in West Texas and the Texas Panhandle, a severe thunderstorm watch until, I believe it's 10 p.m. Central Time. And then our newest watch is a tornado watch. That's in southwest Texas, and that is until 11 p.m. tonight. So the kind of two scenarios here are happening right now as we have the ongoing severe storms. They've actually picked up in intensity here in the afternoon, and they are moving through East Texas, about to cross into far northwest Louisiana. And our camera here is from the Shreveport metro along I-20, so as those storms get closer to that area, we should be able to see a little more action on that camera. But then, yeah, we have some new development here in the high plains all the way down into West Texas and the Texas Panhandle. A little bit more isolated threat further south, and then a bit of another cluster of storms has developed here around northeast New Mexico into the Oklahoma Panhandle, now pushing into the Texas Panhandle. Before things really kind of intensify and pick up here later today, just kind of show you the overall severe thunderstorm outlook. There is a larger severe thunderstorm outlook. It actually includes all the way up into Minnesota. So there is a possibility here of some severe storms later today, especially southwest Minnesota, eastern South Dakota, and then much of Nebraska is also in this. It's a marginal threat, as well as a lot of Kansas and much of Oklahoma. There's some ongoing storms right now in northeast Oklahoma that are non-severe at the moment, pushing into western Arkansas. So we'll see, we may get some occasional warnings up in this area here, and then probably a little better chance of some occasional warnings in this little cluster of storms that's developing here in eastern South Dakota. But primarily, I think our biggest concentration of severe weather is going to be between Dallas and Houston, and then also here in West Texas. Also some sea breeze fronts. They've gone severe a couple times here this afternoon in southwest Florida. But either way, let's get into it here. That's kind of the overall severe weather risk. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning here that's just coming out. Overall, I guess the separate hazards, that area that has the tornado watch in West Texas, that is your highest 5% risk area for tornadoes today. General 2% risk extends all the way southwest or southeast of Dallas-Fort Worth, much of central Texas, and then all the way up into the high plains and even up into Nebraska with a 2% tornado risk. The damaging wind risk is a little bit bigger. That includes a pretty significant damaging wind risk here in West Texas, all the way stretching into the hill country. So we'll watch for that as those storms mature later today. And then a larger damaging wind risk exists all the way from southeastern Colorado and western Kansas, all the way down through western Oklahoma and closing in on the Houston area. So we'll see if damaging winds get down there. And then a 5% risk actually extends all the way up into that area around Minnesota, much of Nebraska and Kansas, a little bit into Arkansas, and also western Louisiana. And then our hail risk for today, our hail risk is somewhat co-located with the largest wind risk here in West Texas. So actually a larger area of large hail potential in West Texas for significant hail. and even some significant hail possibilities extending up into southeast Colorado and pushing into central Texas a little bit. So, yeah, primarily just kind of general thunderstorms. We may get a few severe thunderstorms up in southwest Minnesota, but we'll see. I think for these storms here in eastern Texas, primarily the risk is going to be that damaging wind. There has been a couple tornado warnings today. The one cell that was the closest to the Shreveport area had a tornado warning earlier this afternoon. Let's get the categories off, and we'll zoom in here and start taking a detailed tour of the radar. That storm still has a tornado possible tag. It does not look as tornadic as it did earlier. We can step that back. It really started to mature here around Scottville and Marshall, Texas. But yeah, not looking as impressive as it did earlier. You can see it had a pretty decent hook on it for a little bit. And it does seem to be on the downtrend. So we should see a little bit of that storm. Again, our camera is right here in Shreveport, and it's looking west along I-20 here. So we should start to see a little bit of that storm structure. It may be a little darker up in the top corner of that camera, up in this area here. The closest traffic to this camera, so the traffic nearest our camera here, merging on in that exit lane, that is eastbound traffic, so we are looking to the west. Alright, so that's good news for Shreveport right now. Before concentrating on the Midwest, let's just check in on the one newer severe thunderstorm warning. It's out of the Fort Myers area here. A pretty punchy looking storm. Small hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds are a possibility as that thing drifts. Ooh. Drifting might be a promising word there. It's actually, it says it's moving southeast at 10, maybe moving even less than that. So this is right kind of over the areas here, downtown Fort Myers and points north, along I-75, so that's not a great trip here right now. But that could be a flood threat if that continues to just hang around in the Fort Myers metro. Alright, well, before we take the radar tour, a storm that just went tornado warned a few minutes ago and now has a PDS tornado tag on it. Looks like we have an observed tornado near Midland, Texas. So this situation has intensified actually quite rapidly here. Hard to see, it's right over the radar site. Yeah, but we can see it a little more on the reflectivity here. Looks like the storm latched onto a bit of an outflow boundary. Probably led to some more localized vorticity here, just as it's in the Midland-Odessa metro. Yeah, there's a bit of an outflow boundary just hanging out right there. really hard to see. It's so close to the radar site, but let's just trust that this is on the ground here. This is a confirmed extremely dangerous tornado located near the Midland International Airport, 9 miles east of Odessa, moving southeast at 30. So this is a PDF weather spotter confirmed tornado here. Luckily, I guess if there's any luck in here, the tornado is kind of moving over a slightly less populated area. You have Midland, that's up in this area here, and then you have Odessa, and it looks like the path of this is splitting those two cities here. So you have Odessa over here with quite a bit more population, and then you have Midland over here. And yeah, I guess if there's any luck here in this, it's splitting the difference. This storm is also going to have large hail. Yeah, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm here. 3-inch hail, apple-sized hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds outside of the tornado. So once again, if you're just joining us, we have a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation for a damaging tornado on the ground here near the Midland and Odessa International Airport. And that's moving southeast at 30. Let me try and check here. Okay, yeah, there are storm spotters on this. It does look like there's a tornado on the ground, at least as of about 5 minutes ago, right near Warfield. So this area right here is the international airport. That's what I was trying to look at. A lot of times, especially in these smaller cities, you do see the radar, the NWS radar sites are located at the airport. Texas, yeah, Texas 439 right here, and I-20 right here. So yeah, this is the airport right here. And that's where the tornado was seen just a few minutes ago. So this is going to get extended out here. Oh, and the National Weather Service themselves had a view of this tornado south of the airport on I-20. Just updating the stream here. If you're just joining us, this is a PDS tornado warning here that just came out for a damaging tornado located near the Midland-Odessa Airport, right along I-20. Actually pretty close to where this tornado marker is, because I-20 is right here near Warfield, Texas. I'm just kind of sharing this out here while we're getting people into the chat. Alright, so this is coming across the areas here near Warfield and China Grove. And I want to see if they, when they extended this warning, if they did adjust the time a little bit. It's now moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Weather spotter confirmed. I'd say weather spotter and National Weather Service confirmed, because I believe it's the Weather Service that had the view of the official report. But right before that, we had weather spotters confirm that as well. So again, we're really close to the radar site, so it's really hard to see exactly what's going on in here. But that may be it right here. There's a little bit more. Yeah, I think this is it right in this area here along China Grove. There's a little bit deeper of a CC drop. Again, there's so much kind of contamination in here. We're actually like feet from the radar site. About 2.5 miles from the radar site. Good news is it doesn't look like it hit directly at the airport. The radar site is still working, so that's a good sign. And even actually the report says it was from the National Weather Service south of the airport. This may have threaded the needle in some of the lesser populated spaces of the Midland-Odessa metro. We have a couple new storms that have gone up here just in the last few minutes in the Fort Stockton area here in southwest Texas. They're actually drifting slightly different directions. The one near Sanderson also has a considerable threat and a tornado possible tag. Southwest Texas does not have a great radar coverage, so we're seeing these storms a little bit elevated. But there could be a tornado at any time in these storms. That's kind of West Texas doing West Texas things. And a lot of times in the past few weeks, we've gotten some pretty beautiful, actually, storm pictures out of West Texas from storm chasers. Tornadoes that have been in zero populated areas. So hopefully that continues. This storm does have some population in it here as it's riding along US 285. So if you're in the Sanderson area, you guys got to watch out for this storm. To your northwest, it's drifting southeast. So there is probably a little bit of population in that part of Texas there. All right, yeah, the new scans have come in here as we're getting slightly further from the radar site. So yes, that is the tornado. We have it here. Looks like still on the ground. Yep, that's going to be it. Ooh, that is a nasty couplet there. And that's moving southeast at 25. Yeah, it looks like this storm has latched onto this outflow boundary. You can see the outflow boundary that that was sitting along this area here in the Odessa metro. Let's back this up just a minute. Alright, so yeah, you can very clearly see this outflow boundary sitting here, this long squiggly line here. And the storm was severe warned before that. As it's moved south and east, it's collided with its outflow boundary, and as it's done so, it's spun up pretty quickly a tornado that has now crossed just south of the Midland-Odessa airport. And now we're seeing it here on the other side. Yeah, that is a nasty couplet. We're also very close to the radar site, so we're getting really good readings out of this now. We're just outside of this kind of radar cone of interference. You can see these lines in here, but just outside of that, we're in a really good Goldilocks zone of getting some really good, pretty low level readings here without a lot of contamination. So we can actually take a look at this pretty good. Seeing about 125 on the inbound winds and 103 on the outbound winds. So this is a pretty significant tornado, I think, ongoing here. And those are really close together here. So we have our inbound winds and our outbound winds. Tornado sitting right in here. You can see that on the debris signature here. This is our correlation coefficient. Low correlation values here in the blues, grays, and blacks. That's where our tornado sits, right in there with the velocity scan. And then we can also see it in the reflectivity. Actually, a bit of a reflectivity donut in here. That is the updraft of the tornado actually showing up here on reflectivity. And a pretty tightly wound hook echo here. Our inflow is coming into this notch here. Our inflow wraps around into the storm. The outflow here in the RFD, the rear flank downdraft, wrapping around like this. That creates a little localized area of a significant low pressure, and that's really what the tornado actually is. And that's sitting right in here. Whoa, tornado emergency, it looks like. Tornado emergency. May 2024 has been a crazy, crazy month for severe weather. I honestly thought severe weather was going to be a bit wider spread today, so that's why we're on compared to yesterday. Yesterday had some more isolated severe weather in mostly eastern Colorado and western Texas. Honestly, did not expect to get a tornado emergency today. We covered the tornado emergency just over the weekend in Kentucky. So this is a pretty crazy storm here. Now, I think we've talked about the tornado emergency somewhat. It's not dependent on population. That's why we're not seeing this directly affecting downtown Odessa. There is actually large hail up to softball size that could be affecting Midland. So downtown Midland, you guys are north of the tornado, but could be seeing softball size hail. That's not a great situation. But the tornado emergency actually covers the values. There are certain value criterias in the readings that they're seeing from the circulation. So they're seeing a very strong indications of a strong tornado, like we were just kind of analyzing ourselves. I'm going to just take a second here and just tweet this out, because we want to share this to as many people as we can. All right, let's see. What is... Oh, boy. Yeah, we're seeing that that reflectivity donut actually intensify there. So that is also indicating a very strong tornado. And you can see that here in the velocity scan as well. Looking at the velocity scan as well as reflectivity, we can switch back and forth and see it in the CC, the correlation coefficient as well, showing up there. But this is a very interesting storm here. We can see how that outflow boundary still extends out of the storm. It's really riding this outflow boundary here. And that has helped lead to this extra vorticity here to create a very damaging, likely strong tornado. It's also seemed to have slowed down. Since we started the broadcast here and looked at this thunderstorm, it was moving southeast at 30. Now it's moving south at 15. So yeah, we've definitely seen a decrease here. Located 7 miles south of the Midland International Airport, 9 miles east of Odessa. This is a hazard for deadly tornado. Weather spotters and the National Weather Service saw this tornado as it was crossing I-20 near the airport. I'm guessing the weather spotters are still on this. And this is, let's see, Sky West Airport is the next area to watch here. Yeah, if there's one good news here, I don't know if there's much population outside of Odessa here along I-20. Yeah, we're not really getting any defined communities here, but there are some people that live out here. So this is a tornado emergency that we really do need to take seriously. If you live out here, south and southeast of Odessa, Texas, or if you know someone that lives out here, or if you are watching this stream and you know someone who lives here south of Odessa and Midland, Texas, you guys need to call them, text them, let them know that there is a tornado emergency, a tornado that's headed their direction. And if you're out ahead of this, like mid-KIF, you have some time here to get to a safe spot, or I mean, it's moving at 15 miles an hour. Truthfully, if you're out here by like mid-KIF, Texas, and you are in a mobile home or a trailer, you actually literally have time to get out of this path, which would actually be better than definitely better than staying in a trailer or a mobile home, is just to head east as much as you can and get out of this path. But Midland right now, let's see, Midland has 2-inch hail reported at the Midland Park Mall. This was being warned for softball-sized hail, so there could be even larger hail up in here. And yeah, this is an ongoing tornado emergency. If you're just joining us, a confirmed large and destructive tornado located 7 miles south of the Midland International Air and Spaceport. This is obviously a PDS tornado emergency here. It's right around Texas 1788 and Texas 3503. Still seeing the CC drop in here, and still seeing a really tight velocity couplet, although the latest scan just looked a little bit looser than the last scan. Hopefully there looks to be a neighborhood or something out here. Hopefully it just slid east of this. Looks like this neighborhood was in the RFD, which means they could still get damaging winds as it surges around that circulation. But there seems to be a neighborhood, Batesfield Estates. Hopefully it looks like the tornado just passed to the east of there. Ooh, close. Too close for comfort. Really hope it didn't wobble. And again, sometimes this, what we're seeing here in the cloud, the circulation here, could be it could be here in the cloud, but it could be, you know, over here on the ground, and you know, tornadoes aren't perfectly straight either. So really hoping that Bates Field Estates here hopefully just got missed, but either way, they're going to be in a pretty significant damaging rear flank downdraft. Yeah, the last scan doesn't look quite as impressive. We saw the little reflectivity donut also going on, and the there is the tornado right there. But the very last scan looks a little bit looser than it did, and maybe not seeing it as much. Still have to watch this storm. It's still essentially attached to this outflow boundary that's right through the Odessa metro. There's actually another one kind of right in here. And this outflow boundary now kind of connects into the storm. So it's very interesting to see how this is interacting with the outflow boundary. It looks like the outflow boundary helped enhance the vorticity here, as the storm really started to intensify its rotation just as it was connecting into the outflow boundary right by the Odessa Midland International Airport. Okay, since that storm, even though it's a tornado emergency, there doesn't seem to be a ton of population. I quickly do want to take a radar tour here, because we do have, since we've been tracking that tornado emergency, we do have some other storms that have gone severe. That is, I think, our only tornado warning right now. Yeah. So that is one good thing here. We've had ongoing strong storms south of Colorado Springs. Well south of Colorado Springs. Actually more like east of Pueblo in Colorado. Wouldn't be surprised if this whole area gets another severe thunderstorm warning. If you're out here towards Ordway and Rocky Ford, this seems to be bowing out quite a bit. You can see that with the shape. This is riding along US 50. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get further severe thunderstorm warnings out of this, but $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And there it is. There is the new severe thunderstorm. Same thing, $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's coming towards Fowler, Olney Springs, Crowley, and Manzanola here, Ordway, just on the edge of that warning. This is in eastern Colorado. The other storm looks interesting, but doesn't seem to have a ton of circulation. There's maybe a little bit in here, so we do have to watch that. And then our Boeing segment here of storms in the Texas Panhandle has also gone severe warn. 70-mile-an-hour winds is the primary threat. The hail is a slightly lower threat, but it looks like this is also verified a bit. Let's see here. Yeah, 70-mile wind gust, and the source is automated weather equipment. So we've had a confirmed at least 70-mile-an-hour wind gust out of this, as well as looks like a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust from a mesonet. So this area is definitely producing damaging winds. It's surging southeast towards eventually the Amarillo, Texas metro. We have other storms that are just kind of drifting out here. Yeah, they're not moving quite as vigorously as the other ones, but these storms here have some small hail and gusty winds in them too. Maybe some $half size hail north of Logan. That's in northeast New Mexico. A couple other storms may go severe warned here in southwest Kansas. And then we also have some newer storms that have popped up here in west of Lubbock. Yeah, within the last, that's 4:40. Within the last hour or so, we've had storms that have gone up here along the Texas Panhandle and New Mexico border here. So some larger storms, considerable threat, tennis ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds with this storm here west of Sundown, Texas. I'll have to watch that one for some spin. Looks like there's a secondary cell that's near Whiteface, Texas. That one's going to have some larger hail in it as well. Probably about the same sized hail, up to tennis ball size in both of those cells. Watching that one to the north here near Dora, New Mexico, that one could have some larger hail in it eventually too. And then there's a storm here, also tennis ball sized hail, 60 mile an hour wind, considerable threat near Denver City, Texas. A little bit of broad rotation in there too. So we have to watch both of those with some broad rotation, but primarily up in here we're going to have some pretty large hail threat. Those are going to eventually drift over towards Lubbock. Right now they are moving southeast at 10. So back to our tornado emergency here, still ongoing tornado emergency. Looks like the rotation, I don't know if it's still on the ground or not, it's hard to tell. It may still be, but it's down here along 1788 and 3503. If it's not on the ground right now, it could be cycling here. We really like to watch the storm. It's still attached to this outflow boundary that led to that enhanced vorticity here, and it has a lot of uncontaminated inflow potential here. So I'm not ready to write this storm off. It still is listed as a tornado emergency. Let's see. As of 5:33, it was still on the ground, so it could still easily be on the ground. If not, it's going to be cycling. Good news is this storm looks like it's significantly weakened along I-10 east of Fort Stockton. Yeah, that one probably is done. Still have a considerable threat for golf ball size hail and a possible tornado. That is drifting southeast towards Sanderson, Texas, and far southwest Texas. It looks like the strongest may lift just to the east of Sanderson. This is along US 90 and US 285 here in southwest Texas. Also up along Texas 349. We're watching the Shreveport Metro. We have some strong storms. They've been severe at times in far northwest Louisiana, up near Houston and Plain Dealing. They're also along the Arkansas border here. Special weather statement right now for gusty winds up to 40 miles an hour. That one starting to surge out a little bit. It could have a severe thunderstorm warning eventually. And then stronger storms also pushing through Longview right now. Tornado possible tag with those. There's an area rotation in a couple of those cells. Down through Beckville, Henderson, Texas, Mount Enterprise, Cushing, Jacksonville, Texas. Also 1-inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds, tornado possible in that warning. And that goes all the way down to areas here just around Grapeland, Texas. We've had other storms go severe here near Round Rock. Yeah, just in the last hour. We've also had these storms upscaling. 1-inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds is that threat. There were some severe storms in far southeastern Louisiana earlier. Those have pushed offshore, so I was just checking in on those areas. And then also checking in on our severe storm near Cape Coral and Fort Myers. Interesting, it did not gain a new severe thunderstorm warning. But there was some 50 mile an hour winds here reported. 52 miles an hour near, actually right near Fort Myers, Florida. So if you're in this area, Fort Myers, Cape Coral, you may have a strong to severe thunderstorm. It's drifting southeast about 10 to 15 miles an hour as well. A few other strong storms here in southwest Florida today. Nothing severe right now up in another area that we are looking for some isolated severe weather here in southwest Minnesota. Just kind of glancing at these storms here as they're developing back through central Nebraska. Yeah, and then we're back to our strong storms here east of Pueblo. So that's, I think, a pretty good tour of the radar at the moment. Let's go back to our tornado warned storm, and good news here is it looks like we have lost the tornado emergency. And we've actually even lost the PDS tornado warning. So we still have an ongoing tornado warning. And we can get the update details from this here. At 5:50 Central Time, so just about 4 minutes ago, the tornado warning remained in effect for southern Midland, and north central Upton counties here. At 5:50, a confirmed tornado located 10 miles south of the Midland International Airport, 13 miles southeast of Odessa, Texas, moving southeast at 20. Weather spotters confirmed. So it looks like it has cycled again. This may be it here with the CC drop that we're seeing. Though that doesn't look like it's right over the rotation. Interesting. Looks like it may be reorganizing again here, so we're going to have to wait and see, at least on the radar presentation, to see if we can find the new tornado. But either way, this is likely cycling here as it drifts south and east. Again, it's right over 1788 and 3503. It's, again, not moving particularly fast here. It's moving southeast at 20. So if you're out ahead of this, like mid-kiff, you got to have a little bit of time to get out of its way. And then also north of the tornadic circulation, we're still continuing with a destructive severe thunderstorm. This is for weather spotters reported softball-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's located over Midland, moving southeast at 15. And now that this is drifting south here of the airport, we're starting to see those reflectivities pick up again for the hail core. Get a quick reset on the radar. Got some fresh squeezed lemonade today. Alright, yeah, there's the hail core now that this thing is shifting south of the airport here. We can really start to see those hail cores pick up. And probably can see them in the CC. Yeah, we can. We can see them in the correlation coefficient too, those hail cores. This is easily dropping 2-inch plus hail here just between Midland and Odessa around China Grove up towards Starlight View Estates. If you're just joining us, it's actually been a pretty busy afternoon. We had a severe thunderstorm that latched onto an outflow boundary that's sitting across the Odessa metro. That prompted a tornado emergency for a southeast moving tornado that looks pretty strong on radar as it just crossed just near the radar site as well as the Midland-Odessa International Airport. Actually kind of came more like this. That moved kind of southeast and then looks like turned a little more south and then it's cycling at the moment. So we may or may not have a tornado on the ground. The tornado emergency and PDS warning has dropped, but still seeing pretty good inflow in here. And I think we're seeing a new mesocyclone here developing with a new area of circulation. So if the tornado isn't on the ground, it's likely a new one is imminent here. We're seeing, again, pretty good inflow coming into the storm here. It's outflow on this hook, and then also has a outflow boundary that it's attached to. New severe thunderstorm warning here near the Sanderson Metro, or I guess, I don't know. Metro is probably being a little bit generous. No offense to people that live down here. But areas around Sanderson, Texas, half-inch or 1 1/4 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Is some rotation up in here, so we always have to watch the West Texas storms. Some can produce tornadoes, sometimes very photogenic ones. There is a well-structured supercell up here in the mountains here in northern Mexico. That's kind of drifting southeast too, so we'll see later tonight. That may affect some areas here along the U.S.-Mexico border. We'll have to see. I would guess, like a lot of storms in this part of the country right now, they're kind of moving southeast at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. This one in northern Mexico looks to be kind of about the same. Maybe a little bit more eastward, but probably about 15 to 20 miles an hour. And it's a good 65 miles from the border. So they're going to let the tornado warning expire? Unless this is just a radar or a mega glitch here. There is still kind of broad... Oh, okay, there it goes. They're resetting a tornado warning. I think it's a bit of a radar mega glitch here, the radar software that I'm using. It kind of took it away, but it's getting reissued. Looks like for a somewhere like this, and it's going to be a radar indicated tornado. I didn't think they would just remove it. There it is. There's the new warning. Yeah, I didn't think they would just take it away. I did mention this earlier. This thing is moving so slowly. It's dropping a ton of rain and hail. So there is a flash flood warning now out for Midland. Between 1.5 to 2.5 inches of rain have fallen, and this is not an area that gets a lot of rain like this. This is a kind of a semi-arid environment out here in West Texas. So 1.5 to 2 inches of rain probably doesn't sound like a lot if you're in Florida or Louisiana, but this is actually a pretty significant amount of rain. This is like 5 or 6 inches somewhere else. And I would say this thing is starting to cycle. That hook looked a little more impressive the last scan. Velocity doesn't quite do it, but we're seeing that warm inflow notch here cycle all the way around into the storm. Not quite seeing that CC drop, but I wouldn't be surprised if this tightens back up in the next scan or two. That's looking particularly impressive again. Good news again, this is south and east of Odessa and about due south of Midland. And there's not much population out here. There are some though. There's Windcrest Estates, Pegasus, Tubb, Benge Corner. You guys are all in this tornado warning here. In addition to the tornado, you got the hail up to 3 inches in diameter. That's apple-sized hail. So even without the tornado, this is still a dangerous situation where you need to be inside, lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows, away from skylights. Skylights can be particularly dangerous in a big hailstorm like this. And this is wind-driven hail, so you don't want to be in, an area that has windows. You don't want to be along exterior walls, because hail that's wind-driven can, you're throwing baseball-sized hail through, people's glass and windows and things. Yeah, this is starting to tighten up. It's starting to look, again, pretty significant here on the radar. So they've extended the warning here, tornado possible, and the apple-sized hail, also 70-mile-an-hour winds. I like how they're doing this. Good job to the National Weather Service here, is that we have the larger tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for destructive severe thunderstorms, and then within that we have the individual tornado warning for that area of circulation. So really nice job there by the National Weather Service. Really organized approach to doing things. Similar, National Weather Service Paducah did really good the other day. They had a tornado emergency, and then outside of the tornado emergency they had a larger tornado warning, a PBS tornado warning. So I want to work around here and look at some of these storms. This one is the one that we mentioned earlier near Denver City, drifting south towards Seagraves, Texas, with tennis ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible tag. That one, yeah, kind of right in here near Denver City and Seagraves. Again, they're not moving that fast. This is probably also around 20 miles an hour. This tennis ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind was confirmed by trained weather spotters. So we need to take that one seriously. These right now storms are all west of Lubbock, Texas, but they're slowly drifting towards Lubbock. So these storms here, both of them are going to be similar. The one here is being warned for tennis ball size hail, considerable threat, 60-mile-an-hour wind. The newer storm also has half-dollar size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind. Honestly, the hail core in this storm looks a little more impressive. Wouldn't be surprised if there's tennis balls in that storm either. Probably eventually this storm near Causey and Dora will get a severe thunderstorm warning. Not seeing a lot of circulation on that one, but that one probably has some small hail in it. And then we're seeing a large, considerable threat for this Boeing segment of wind here. This has been confirmed a few times between Guymon, Colorado, Dumas, Texas. This is surging now down through Amarillo, eventually towards Pampa and Perryton. This is a considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour wind. Yeah, and that's been recorded by automated weather equipment. So we've had weather stations actually record the 70-mile-an-hour wind. This is moving a bit faster than some of the other storms here out in West Texas today. This is moving southeast at 40. That will put it into Amarillo in about 35 minutes. Yeah. And then also checking in on our storms here along US 50 east of Pueblo, Colorado. Some pretty strong winds also showing up in there. Okay, just had to check something on the computer. Looks like everything is going good here on the stream. Yeah, easily some 50, 60-mile-an-hour winds in this storm. You can see this storm is a pretty good Boeing segment of storms here surging out along US 50. There's a couple other storms that have developed in this area, so we have to watch, I think, for some other severe thunderstorms. Yeah, when we first saw this, it was kind of just all by its own, but we've now seen storms pop up pretty quickly here, out ahead of it. Those storms look like they have some good hail core. There's one here south of Pueblo that has a decent hail core, and also this one here north of Rocky Ford. Pretty far north, but that one, let's see if there's any town. West of Haswell, Colorado. That one also has a pretty good hail core in it. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we get some more severe thunderstorm warnings out of those cells. Okay, our storm near Sanderson has a tornado warning now. Again, we're kind of really far from the radar site, so it's not going to be easy to see these, but there's definitely a rotation in here along US 90, just south and southeast of Sanderson. And this is a observed tornado here. Confirmed tornado near Sanderson, Texas. This is moving south at 10. Damaging tornado and hail up to 2 inches in diameter. It's a weather spotter confirmed tornado. Let me see here if there's any view of this from a weather spotter. Not seeing anything right now, but hopefully we can maybe get some pictures for social media here in a little bit. So yeah, if you're in this area south of Sanderson, south and east of Sanderson, Texas, again, an ongoing tornado warning for an observed tornado along US 90 here, just south of Sanderson, Texas. And again, that's some pretty large hail up in here as well. $half size at least, I would say. Yeah, lime-sized hail is probably the bigger threat. And then the tornado. So right now, if you're just joining us, we have 2 tornado warnings. One is radar indicated, and then one is observed. Going back to our storm here, that is apple-sized hail and radar indicated tornado at the moment. Still looking pretty impressive as this is sliding south of Odessa and Midland. So here is a look from that area that the tornado crossed just a little bit ago near the Midland-Odessa International Airport. That's I-20 right there. Looks like we're looking west. So the storm is off to our south here of the camera, which is the camera's left. So this is your clear sky behind the storm, your storm here. This is looking back, I would assume, towards Odessa. Alright, since our observed tornado is not in a great location here for radar confirmations, there is some pretty strong rotation we're seeing, at least at upper levels up in here. So, based on those, I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing some of that on the ground here. Right along I-9, or US 90 here, south of Sanderson. This is drifting towards Mexico, so this is drifting towards the Mexican border. This storm is close to getting a tornado warning, I think. The one that's now here near Denver City and Seagraves, Texas. That rotation has picked up in the last time we looked at that storm. There also is rotation in the storm that's considerable threat, lime-sized hail west of Sundown, Texas, that we have to watch. All those storms kind of in this general area here have some general broad rotation. There's a large, basically, MCS. It's pushed its way through the Dallas-Fort Worth area earlier today, and Waco, Killeen. It's now approaching Austin and Round Rock, College Station, and then quickly approaching the Shreveport metro. Just in time for rush hour in a lot of these places. Still strong storms here north of Austin in the Round Rock metro. One good thing is they seem to be lifting away from Austin and Round Rock. College Station is a different story here. Bryan and College Station have storms bearing down on you guys right now. 1-inch hail and 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds, the threat there. And then eastern Texas has quite a few strong storms. Some of those have tornado possible tags. There's some areas of rotation in here. But those are going through right now. Marshall, Scottsville, Beckville, Carthage, Mount Enterprise, Cushing. They're approaching Nacogdoches, Appleby, and Garrison, Texas. And then also have some strong storms, not severe at the moment, that have developed over Lufkin, Texas, with some gusty winds. Interesting is these storms here are drifting kind of southeast. The ones that have formed over Lufkin are actually drifting more north. So we are going to have a little bit of areas of convergence here in eastern Texas. We'll see what happens in that area. Some strong storms back here by Lafayette are not severe warned. And then right now some strong storms also north of Shreveport up towards Benton and Plain Dealing. Have about 40 mile-an-hour winds. Wouldn't be surprised if we got a severe warning out of those eventually. Just checking the traffic cam, seeing if we got a better view of the storms here coming towards Shreveport. I think this one's actually going to do us pretty good. We can start to see some of the shelf cloud activity. Let me just reposition this camera here for you. That's pretty good there. So yeah, starting to see on this camera, starting to see the shelf cloud here from the storms to the northwest of Shreveport. Starting to see kind of this area here push towards the Shreveport metro. So if you're just joining us, we've had a pretty busy afternoon so far. We have thunderstorm activity basically that developed last night. The leftovers and re-energized areas of that have pushed through eastern Texas, eventually possibly down to the Gulf Coast. Those have gone severe warned here as they're in eastern Texas. Basically from the areas west of Shreveport all the way down to near Austin and Round Rock, Texas. We'll see later if that gets into the I-10 corridor from Beaumont, Port Arthur, and Houston. And then our other area of activity is out here in West Texas and southeast Colorado. We've had some strong storms with hail and gusty winds here in Colorado. We have a, let's bring up the full view for you guys if you're just tuning in here. It's now 6:20 Central Time. So yeah, we have the ongoing storms from last night. Most of those are severe in eastern Texas right now. And then we have kind of isolated storms here in West Texas up into southeast Colorado. Those are a couple Boeing segments of storms here near east of Pueblo, and then approaching Amarillo, Texas here, a pretty good Boeing segment of storms. Down in West Texas, these are more isolated storms. They're actually drifting a lot slower. They're moving about 20 miles an hour to the southeast. We've had a couple tornado warnings out of this in the tornado watch area. Earlier we had a tornado emergency near Midland and Odessa as we saw a damaging tornado move across the airport. That has since lifted. We haven't had any reconfirmations of those storms. But we had an observed tornado most recently near Sanderson, Texas. This is still listed as observed. Let's get about 10 minutes ago. Still listed as observed by the weather spotters. Again, we're pretty far from the radar site here, so it's really hard to see exactly what's going on. But if there is a tornado, it's likely in here along US 90 south of Sanderson, Texas. Hopefully later I'll be able to retweet any pictures we get out of this area. Because southwest Texas tends to get some pretty photogenic tornadoes that are in lower populated areas, so we can kind of just appreciate the beauty of nature in some of those areas. Not seeing any new photos yet, but back to our storm here near Midland. Apple-sized hail and still a tornado possible. This has tried to tighten up a couple times. It doesn't look particularly tight right now, but we're kind of watching it here, I'm sure, with the Weather Service. Even if there's not a tornado on the ground right now, if you're out in this warning here, you really need to take this seriously because apple-sized hail is a possibility. That's 3 inches in diameter, as well as 70-mile-an-hour winds. So wind-driven hail is a big threat here. This can do almost as much damage as a weaker tornado. So we really have to watch that. That's headed eventually towards Midkiff. And areas here, let's see if we can do it. Benge, Corner, Pegasus, Damron, and points south and east of Amarillo, or of Odessa. Another storm that I've been watching here, this is now warned for apple-sized hail. It also has some rotation in it, so watching this storm here between Denver City and Seagraves. Severe storms also near Sundown, Texas, with large hail, lime-sized hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then we're watching our severe storms here pushing towards Pampa, Amarillo, and Perryton, Texas here. In the Texas Panhandle, we've had 70-mile-an-hour winds verify with automated weather stations out of those storms. There's some newer storms that developed just on the Texas or the Oklahoma and Kansas border here. This is down near Liberal, Kansas, with some large hail along US 54. At least quarter-size hail. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a little larger hail reports out of that area. And then there's ongoing large hail and damaging winds here along US 50 near Rocky Ford, Ordway, and points north of that towards Haswell. Actually, there's more storms developing up here, so wouldn't be surprised if we get some new warnings out here in southeast Colorado for large hail. That storm looks particularly intense south of Hugo, Colorado. And then there's a new warning for hail. This is ping pong ball sized south of Manzanola and west of Rocky Ford. Wouldn't be surprised if we see even a little larger hail in there with those blues. That bright purpley pink color and these blue colors indicate some really large hail cores. So yeah, definitely wouldn't be surprised if we get some larger hail reports out of that one. Being warned for ping pong ball size, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's tennis balls up in there. Still watching this area for some isolated severe weather up here in southwest Minnesota. Just kind of quickly scanning these storms. They don't look particularly strong. This one here near DeSmet and west of Brookings, South Dakota is one to watch. Maybe some larger hail and gustier winds in that storm. And then we do have a stronger storm here in central Nebraska right now, north of Broken Bow, Nebraska. That one also has some larger hail potential, so wouldn't be surprised if we got a warning out of that one. We were also watching earlier some strong storms here, severe warned in the Fort Myers metro. Looks like those have backed off a bit, just looking at the reflectivity, but it's likely some strong storms here near Shadowwood, Miramar Lake, and out towards Fort Myers Beach. There's also a pretty strong storm here approaching Moorhaven and Lake Okeechobee here in south central Florida. If you're boating on the lake, time to get off. That is a pretty good amount of lightning here we're seeing on the west side of Lake Okeechobee. So yeah, I'm really interested to see what happens here. We have this line coming in towards Nacogdoches, and we have these cells that have developed out in front of it. They're going to be interacting with each other. Yeah, this is going to be a big flood threat too for this area. But cells are moving southeast, and then these cells here are pushing more northeast. So they're starting to interact with each other just over the Lufkin area. We have really strong storms coming through College Station, Texas right now. Those are bowing out, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get some damaging wind reports out of these storms. 60-mile-an-hour winds, I think, is pretty much the dominant feature that we're seeing out of these storms, is the 60-mile-an-hour winds. There is a tornado possible tag still on the eastern side of this cluster of storms near Beckville and Carthage. That is an area to watch here. There's a couple areas of notching that we really have to pay attention to. Right now, not showing anything that's super tight or concerning for imminent tornadic development. Even another one right in here. But this whole area, again, it's got a tornado possible tag. We'll have to watch that. Clouds are starting to get dark here in the Shreveport metro. We're seeing those darker clouds move in along the horizon here. And again, we have a live traffic cam out of... Oh, there's some lightning flash there too. Live traffic cam out of Shreveport. Yeah, we're starting to get into a stronger storm here near Greenwood and Blanchard. Our camera is right here near I-220 and I-49. So we're about to get into probably the heaviest part of this cell here, pushing east through Blanchard and then eventually here towards North Highlands, Airline Park Estates, downtown Shreveport. Just kind of glancing around, checking some of these storms. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a severe warning out of the Broken Bow storm and also the storm that's near Brookings. I can kind of see both on this radar, but they both, I think, have a little larger hail potential and some gusty winds. Back to our now not tornado warned storms. They're going to drop this down to a tornado possible tag. Still seeing some broad rotation in here, but it doesn't look as well organized as it did a little bit ago. Still to watch it, it's riding kind of along this outflow boundary. We can see the outflow boundary pushing out west of Odessa here. Good news is too is the hail core has come down a little bit on this storm. Still being warned for apple-sized hail, so let's take it seriously here. And still, even if there's no tornado warning, please be inside, away from doors and windows, away from the outside walls. Be on your lowest level, most interior room if you're out ahead of this, because of that apple-sized hail. Wind-driven apple-sized hail can do a lot of damage, just as much sometimes as a tornado. And then they're going to back off the tornado warning for this storm here south and east of Sanderson. Still a tornado possible tag. It's just really far from the radar site, so it's really hard to see exactly what's going on in this storm, other than it definitely has larger hail in it. Again, it's being warned for baseball-sized hail, destructive severe thunderstorms. So if you're out in this area, south and east of Sanderson, Texas, treat this like it's a tornado warning. Lowest level, interior room, away from doors and windows. Be in a sturdy structure, not in a mobile home or a camping trailer. Yeah, it definitely has rotation still in there, but also strong winds, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and baseball-sized hail. Let's see, while things have quieted down on the tornado front here for just a minute, let me see if we have any more new photos to share on social media. Okay, interesting. Well, I've been kind of focused in on it, on and off. This storm near Denver City, Texas. It does look like a weather spotter recorded a brief touchdown. I don't know how long ago. Just when it was just north of Denver City, Texas. So this was probably a while ago. Yeah, it wasn't. Let's see. This 2-inch hail report is from 5:49. So, close to an hour ago when it was back up in here north of Denver City, Texas, there may have been a brief touchdown. So this tornado, or this severe thunderstorm warning does have a tornado possible tag. Also apple-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. So if you're in this area here south of Seagraves, basically between Seagraves and Seminole, Texas, treat this like it's a tornado warning. Again, wind-driven apple-sized hail is nothing you want to deal with anyway. So lowest level interior room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Definitely no skylights above you with the apple-sized hail. But especially south side of that, just watch that as it drifts towards Seminole. Again, may have had a brief tornado touchdown on that. The same, our Twitter tag, WeatherCastUSA, same as our YouTube. That's where I've reposted a bunch of looks here from the chasers that were out on some of these West Texas storms. And actually, there are some chasers on this storm here near Seminole and Seagraves that are saying there's a pretty good inflow here. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets a tornado warning soon. Just based on seeing some of what the chasers are indicating here. This may be trying to tighten back up. And if it had a little brief touchdown about an hour ago, it may try it again. Just posted another picture to the Twitter. It looks like it was the Midland tornado from the tarmac of the Midland International Airport. Not what you want to see when you're getting on a plane. It's a giant tornado at the other end of the airport. Again, it looks like from the reports that we saw from chasers and the National Weather Service is that tornado slid south of the airport, so it didn't directly impact the airport, but still. If I'm getting on a plane, I don't want to see a tornado at the other end of the airport. We do have severe storms that are pushing through Amarillo right now. Not quite as strong looking as they did look earlier, but likely still gusty winds, maybe some small hail. Especially on this storm here north and west of Pampa, Texas. That one looks like it has a little bit larger hail core. Overall, I'm not quite as impressed with this. I think this will somewhat decrease in intensity as it moves south and east, but still being warned for 70-mile-an-hour wind, considerable threat here. So hopefully as it does continue south and east, it will decrease as it gets down towards Memphis and Childress, Texas. Checking in our storms near La Junta, near Rocky Ford. 1-inch hail up to ping pong ball sized hail with this storm south of Rocky Ford. Those likely have some gusty winds in there as well. Some severe thunderstorms up here in Canada. Nickel-sized hail near Medicine Hat. Yeah, there's some stronger storms up here today. It looks like in areas around Alberta and Manitoba. Alright, we're going to get a new tornado warning. It's not out of the cell that I was expecting, maybe. Near Seagraves and Seminole. Before we get down there, I do want to see they've adjusted the warning here. Still looks a little bit tighter on the last radar scan here. So watching that one with a tornado possible tag and also some larger hail. That one is still being warned for baseball-sized hail, so it's come down a bit from apple to baseball size. Also 70-mile-an-hour winds. Again, if you're out ahead of this, crane towards Midkiff. Treat this like it's a tornado warning because you have baseball-sized hail and damaging winds coming at you. But our storm in southwest Texas has gone tornado warned again. Radar indicated, also baseball-sized hail. This is capable of producing a tornado 7 miles southwest of Dryden and moving south at 20. Tornado and baseball-sized hail. Yeah, we can definitely see, even though this is far from the radar, we can see the radar reflectivity here for the larger hail. Looks like it's coming down now on our Shreveport camera. Also getting pretty dark. Still for 6:40 Central Time, it should still be pretty light out, but we can see the street lights are on. Pretty hefty thunderstorm that Shreveport's in line here for. So here's your hail core. It's still riding along US 90 here. So if you're along US 90 south of Sanderson, not a good trip here. But then we're really far from the radar site. But somewhere down in here, south side of Sanderson and south of US 90, that's likely where our tornado is. Gonna really be impossible to see it from CC this far away, but 7 miles south of Dryden. Yep, right in this area. There's Dryden, Metheta, and Shaw. There are some communities out here, so hopefully we've had minimal impacts to the communities out here. But either way, take it seriously if you're south of US 90 towards the Mexican border here. South central Terrell County in southwestern Texas. Okay, they've extended this storm, considerable threat, lime-sized hail, tornado possible, and 70-mile-an-hour winds that goes through Seminole and Comanche trails. Those storms are staying well west of Lubbock right now, so that's a good sign. We're seeing pretty strong winds here pushing into Amarillo. The outflow boundary is starting to surge ahead of these storms, so they're starting to become outflow dominant. Another sign that they're slowly going to start to weaken off here. That outflow boundary cuts off the warm and moist inflow that the storm is trying to get. So they'll slowly kind of surge themselves out here, and at least on the southern end of this. It looks like the stronger storms are still up here between Pampa and Perryton, Texas. That's where there might be some smaller hail in those storms too. And then we've also gotten some new severe thunderstorms. This storm here near Round Rock, quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's in the Thrall, Texas area. If you're in that area, away from the doors and windows. And then the whole area here around Huntsville, Madisonville, Texas has gotten severe warned. There's just a big mess of storms. That extends up towards Trinity, Texas. And also a flood threat here is quickly developing. Flash flood warnings out for this area around Nacogdoches, Lufkin. Much of East Texas actually has flash flood warnings here. Still back towards Waco, and then also back towards Tyler and Marshall, Texas, and now extending down into Lufkin, Texas. There's a pretty large area here of flash flooding. Still tornado possible tags on some of these storms here. Now, east of Carthage, I have to watch, there's a few areas of notching that we've been following for a while, but none of them have gone particularly tornado warned. The storm here north of Shreveport, I mentioned that earlier, that it may get a severe thunderstorm warning. It has now. So this includes areas Cotton Valley, Spring Hill, Collin in Louisiana, and then Bradley and up towards Emerson and Taylor in Arkansas. We've also had some stronger storms popping up here south of Little Rock. None of those are severe warned right now, but some gusty winds is likely in these. They're being warned up to 50-mile-an-hour winds in some of these cells. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on these storms here as they slide up along I-30 towards the Little Rock Metro. Still a pretty strong storm here north of Broken Bow in central Nebraska. I was watching that one earlier for maybe a possible severe thunderstorm warning. New severe thunderstorms here, though, near Logan, New Mexico. Also have a tornado possible tag and quarter-size hail. Still watching the storm here near Seminole and Seagrave. The storm that was in the Midland area now has a new tornado warning for a new observed tornado. And there it is right there. Observed tornado now back on the ground. This is between Texas 349 and Texas 1492. Let's see if I can zoom in and get any, it's south of Tubb and Benge Corner. There's your tornado right in this area here. And that's in that notch. And a pretty tight area of circulation here. So yeah, we've seen that quickly spin back up. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located 21 miles south of the Midland International Air and Spaceport, or 23 miles southeast of Odessa, Texas, moving southeast at 5 miles an hour. And it's now upgraded to a PDF. So we've had a new PDS warning out for this storm. Yeah, seeing about 70 on the outbound and 60 to 61 on the inbound. Not quite as strong as we saw the other tornado, but this is a basically a cyclic supercell here. Also watching some weird stuff going on the back end of this storm. We'll have to monitor maybe a storm splitting off here. But either way, again, we have that inflow notching here. That inflow wraps all the way into the circulation. Tornado sitting right in this area here. You can see that on the reflectivity. And then the velocity. And kind of like earlier, we're starting to see a little bit of a weak echo region here, right where the tornado is. Yeah. So a small but likely pretty strong tornado is ongoing. I mean small in diameter. It's not very large, at least upper level here. It's probably, you know, a couple 100 yards wide. But this is a pretty strong area of circulation here. Yeah, it's picked up a little bit too. Not seeing, again, any population, you know, defined areas of population, at least in this path of this tornado. But if you're out here along Texas 349, south of Odessa and Midland, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level away from windows. It's almost actually stationary. And the last scan. It's listed as 5 miles an hour. But it's actually almost stayed still. And we get a new scan every, you know, 3 to 5 minutes. So there's the latest scan. The one before that, it was right there too. And the one before that, it's probably been near stationary or just kind of drifting around. It's actually maybe drifted slightly north of where it was earlier in the last scan or two. So it's kind of just wobbled right in here. Maybe somewhat like this. Very interesting. This storm is still kind of connected to that outflow boundary, so it still has the potential for producing tornadoes. This storm looks impressive for its distance away from the radar site. Hard to tell if that's actually CC drop from a tornadic circulation. It's most likely, I think, just hail contamination. We're so far away from the radar site here. But at least at the upper levels, we're seeing some pretty strong areas of circulation still in this cell. And actually, it looks pretty impressive even from the upper levels. You can tell how far we are because of how like fuzzy and rough it looks. But if you just ask like a kid to draw a supercell, this kind of would be what someone would draw. It's got kind of this bulging hook echo on it with almost a little club, and then has pretty good outflow here. Hopefully we can get some social media views of this later. I'm sure it has really impressive structure on the from the look of it. This is all well south of Sanderson and slowly sinking south of US 90. It's south of Dryden, Shaw. Although along US 90 there's likely some baseball to softball size hail up in here. But the tornado threat is quickly approaching the areas around Dryden Crossing, Texas, along the Mexican border here. So there are chasers on this storm. They're still observing a tornado. Right here, just a few miles south of Pegasus and Tubb. And maybe about 4.5 miles southwest of Tubb, and about 3 to 4 miles southeast of Pegasus, Texas here. Yeah, still seeing the debris signature. Actually, the black is kind of the lowest value of the CC that you start to see before things go, unread essentially by the radar. So that's there's the little red specks in that CC dropper indicating the values that the radar can't really calculate. Trying to see if there's any visual on this. Okay, yes, there are. Wow. It's a decently photogenic tornado. Hopefully it's not affecting anyone. I guess I would kind of call it partially rain wrapped, but still has a really good visual. It's nearly stationary is what the storm spotters are saying. So that's kind of confirming what we're seeing here. It's a kind of a cigar-shaped tornado. Partially wrapped in rain, but not obscured by the rain. And it's now drifted, it looks like it's now drifted a little bit to the west now. Based on that last CC scan. So once again, we're south of Midland-Odessa. We're south of 1787 here. It looks like there's a couple communities, Pegasus, Tubb, and Benge Corner. But watching a pretty compact but strong tornadic circulation here. It may be weakening. Looks a little less strong on the last scan here. But either way, this is a dangerous storm. It's also nearly stationary, so hopefully it's not affecting anyone. Because if it's affecting you, it's going to affect you for at least a couple minutes here. Still seeing that CC drop right in there. And then moving in, we can actually see how this is moved. Okay, nothing there, nothing there. Starts to tighten up. Probably have a tornado developing right in between these two scans. Drifted south and then stopped. Drifted a little north and now drifted west. Yeah, so this is actually probably done a little backtrack and spin over itself. Something like this. Interesting. There's not a lot of forcing out here in West Texas, so that's why these storms aren't moving particularly fast, and then that tornado isn't moving hardly at all. Still just radar indicated for our tornado here, approaching Dryden Crossing, Texas, right on the Mexican border. So hopefully that is a very small community, hopefully. But either way, if this is impacting people out here, it's not good, because this is like large hail. At least baseball-sized hail. Our storm here that I've been watching for a while, this is that storm along the Texas and Louisiana border, one of the storms that have the notching. That has now gone tornado warned. It looks like there's a tornado on the ground here. That could be clear air. Although it's hard to say if it's not fully lined up with the reflectivity or the velocity. But sometimes these storms are moving a little faster, so sometimes we get one scan that shows velocity here, but the reflectivity's lagged. If the reflectivity is in line here with the velocity, oh, it's okay, it's not. You can see it down here. There's a couple minute difference between the two. I think that's a tornado on the ground. It's hard to tell for sure, but likely that is. That's coming towards eventually Stonewall. Let's see, Centennial, Four Forks. This is the Louisiana-Texas border here, so we're seeing Texas and then Louisiana. So this is right along Texas 123 near Centennial, Texas. That tornado warning also goes out to Four Forks and just south and west of Spring Ridge, Louisiana. Yeah, it's a pretty powerful notch there. We have strong to severe storms north of Shreveport right now. Let me take a look here. I like that camera because it was showing us the storm situation, but let me see if we have any storm cameras south of Shreveport that can show us that storm. So that's kind of looking back towards it. We'll don't have a great view of that one, but wouldn't be surprised if this was on the ground. Yeah, see, not seeing that CC drop anymore, so that may have been on the ground for a scan or two. That's why these types of QLCS spin-ups are pretty, ooh, some gusty winds down here. We have to watch this whole area here coming into the Louisiana-Texas border. There's a couple other areas of spin. Getting back to our PDS tornado warning here. I think this thing is still in here. It's actually gone west. Yep. That is still the tornado. Look at this craziness. Okay, here likely wraps up right about there. Moves south. South again. basically stationary, maybe drifts a little bit north. Stationary. Now drifts more northeast actually. Now starts to drift west, and now moves west. And now it's south of Pegasus. Still likely in here. Yep, there's your debris signature still showing up. And the latest scan, it may be gone. Yep, looks like it just dissipated. So there you can see it again. Wow, very interesting. It looks like this storm is trying to stay latched to this outflow boundary. So we're gonna kind of have to watch the southern end. The storm has kind of extended itself out. Our old, I can go back and take a look at this. Yeah, our old area of circulation started up in here with the inflow notch, and then I remember I said there's a little bit of a weird thing happening on the western edge of the storm with another hook developing on the southwest side of that. That is starting to kind of choke off the original circulation. There's almost 2 cells now. But either way, we have to start watching the southern end of this new flank here. It's latched onto that same outflow boundary. Got some rain-cooled air from this storm here. That may be the next one that's going to try and tornado here. That would be along 1492. Got a little bit of rotation in there already. Still watching these storms here near Seagraves and Seminole with tornado possible tag. It doesn't look like it's rotating as much as it did earlier. There were some indications that it was going to maybe try and tornado, but it looks like it hasn't in the last hour or two. Apple-sized hail likely in here, and you can start to see that in those blue cores. Denver City is also in a new severe thunderstorm considerable threat for golf ball sized hail. All right now staying away from Lubbock. Still some other hail producing thunderstorms west of Lubbock. And then we're seeing the strong winds moving through Amarillo, Texas right now. This line has had a history of damaging winds, and it's producing severe thunderstorms from Liberal, Kansas, all the way through Perryton, Pampa, and now in the Amarillo metro. Still watching strong storms near Rocky Ford and points north and south of that towards Haswell in southern Colorado. Pretty gusty winds in this storm and large hail. Same for that storm that's south of Rocky Ford. So right now we have 3 tornado warnings. One is a PDS tornado warning for an observed tornado that's kind of doing a loop-de-loop. May have dissipated. Hard to say that that's fully dissipated yet. Another one here down on the Mexican border near Dryden Crossing with radar indicated tornado and baseball sized hail. This is about to be a problem for Mexico in a little bit more. But still, Dryden Crossing is still down in kind of the notch of the storm. So if there's a tornado, hopefully it's not affecting that area. And then large hail also still in that storm. And then we're also seeing a tornado warning here for a radar indicated tornado. May have been on the ground for a little bit here. Back when it was first warned, it looked like it tightened up a little bit. Right in there, I think that's where we saw. Right in there. And there. Just a couple scans. And then that has dissipated pretty quickly. Yeah, just 2 or 3 scans. And it doesn't look quite as tight as it did earlier. A bit more broad. Not seeing that tight couplet like we did earlier. Either way, this is going to be surging winds in here. So, a couple other areas of circulation need to watch, though. Another notch up along US 79 here. This whole area is a severe thunderstorm with tornado possible. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Also concerned about this area here near Logansport. Looks like another area to watch here with some surging winds, but also a potential spin-up tornado. There's definitely surging winds pushing out here towards Logansport and Huxley. Really gonna have to watch that part of the storm. So we'll have to see if they extend out the severe thunderstorm warning or severe thunderstorm watch that goes out through the Houston metro. I was trying to take a look and see if the National Weather Service had anything. But this area here along I-10 may need a severe thunderstorm watch eventually. So far that goes out until 10. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning here for 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Areas south of Huntsville towards Montgomery, New Waverly, and Livingston, Texas. So back to our observed tornado. May have finally dissipated. Let's see. I think that was the last blip of it right here. South of Pegasus, Texas, and yeah, not seeing that rotation as much anymore. You can still see the overall circulation in this. And then we really have to watch now the new hook that's forming on the south side of the storm along 1492. Watching that area. That's also right along the leftover part of this outflow boundary. So we really need to watch this area here. That would be the next area of tornadic potential. Alright, we're about to say goodbye to this storm. Ooh. Still has good high-level circulation on here. This is also right over Dresden Crossing. Yeah, or Dryden Crossing. But right over Dryden Crossing, and with some very large hail likely up in here, and then your tornado would be sitting down in here. So this has stayed radar indicated for a while. Hopefully it just stays that way, and then it'll be off into some pretty sparsely populated areas of northern Mexico. This whole area here down near Sanderson and the Mexican border is pretty sparsely populated, but there are some communities out here along US 90. They're going to extend out a new severe thunderstorm warning for tornado possible tag and considerable threat. 70-mile-an-hour winds and baseball-sized hail for this storm that we've been following from the Midland airport. Still watching these storms here producing some large hail west of Lubbock. And a couple of those have had tornado possibles at times, especially the southern one. That's near Seminole and Seagraves, Texas. And then we're watching a damaging wind threat with storms pushing now through Amarillo, Pampa, Liberal, and Perryton, Texas. New hailstorm here south and east of Rocky Ford near La Junta in southeast Colorado. And same for this area around Haswell and Arlington, Colorado. Damaging winds and small hail likely in those, $half size hail. So our traffic cam, once again, is from the Shreveport Metro. We're watching the storms kind of surround the Shreveport Metro. We had strong storms moving north of Shreveport. That still has a severe warning for Spring Hill, Collin, and up to Taylor, Arkansas. And then we're watching severe thunderstorms approach from the west. Still has a radar indicated tornado in the one part of the storm. Right near along the Arkansas, Texas, or Louisiana-Texas border, Centennial and Four Forks. And then I'm also watching this area south of Logansport with some very strong winds, but also some potential for another spin up here in this little notch right in there. The storm east of Round Rock is getting upgraded to a considerable threat. Got a little bit of rotation on it too, but it's mostly a tennis ball size hail producing thunderstorm near Lawrence Chapel, Texas. That'll be sliding over towards Lexington, Texas. And then the storm that's also developed over Denver City. Denver City has had storms already with large hail, but the newest one also has large hail. That is a new thunderstorm warning that includes Higginbotham, Texas, for tennis ball size hail. Both of these storms have apple to tennis ball to apple sized hail. And then also watching this larger area of tornado possible tags, but watching that area rotation right in there. Hard to fully say what's going on in here. There's a little bit of radar contamination. But there's a little bit of a suspicious CC drop in here too. North of Four Forks. If you're in this area here in Louisiana, Four Forks, Louisiana, along Louisiana 169, you guys are in a tornado warning for the next 12 minutes or so. If this gets extended out, it'd be in the Stonewall, Louisiana area here. Preston, Peachy, Gloucester, and Coulter, Louisiana. This surging bow echo that I mentioned earlier, or this segment of the bow echo, is going to get a separate warning. 70-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible, and small hail. I would agree with that warning. It was one I mentioned earlier. Right near Loganport is the area of concern for the tornadic circulation. And then there's the large wind field that extends south of there. That includes Converse, Pleasant Hill, Mansfield in Louisiana, and also parts of I-49 south of Shreveport. New severe thunderstorm warning coming out for Jasper and Woodville in Texas. Basically, I think we're just going to see a gradual extension of all these warnings here to just stay out ahead of this complex of storms. There it is. That's popping in now. Small hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Woodville, Warren, and Jasper, Texas. So we've lost our PDS tornado warning for now. Still watching this storm to see if it can cycle back up. There's been kind of a new storm that took over the southwest side of the storm along the flank there, and that one is now the more dominant area that we'd have to watch. Either way, if you're in that warning, let's see, tornado possible, baseball-sized hail, and 70-mile-an-hour winds. This storm has had a history of producing large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. So if you're in this warning, just treat it like it's a tornado warning. That's mid-Kiff down to areas around Rankin, and also east of Crane and west of Stills. Either way, down in this area here, north of Rankin, you guys want to treat that like it's a tornado warning. We're about to lose our tornadic storm here near Dryden Crossing, still producing large hail and a possible tornado right along the Mexican border here. So still an issue with the larger hail, but the tornadic circulation would be about to cross into Mexico. That is a dangerous cell. Keeping an eye on this storm here, it's kind of on its own. Now east of Round Rock towards Lexington and Elgin, Texas. South side the Lawrence Chapel. That at least has some large hail. Right in this area here. That's going to slide towards Lexington, Texas. And then checking back in our tornado warning here, south and west of Shreveport. Still seeing an area of circulation in there. Not seeing that debris signature like we did earlier. So that's a good sign. It's kind of broadened a little bit. Let's check. Newer area to watch though would be this area here along 79. Yeah, other than the old area circulation, I'd also watch this area along 79 and then the areas near Logansport. You can see how those areas are bowing out too, which means likely a damaging wind threat coming towards the I-49 corridor. We've seen storms in and north of Shreveport that have been severe warned at times, but Shreveport itself, the strongest part of the storms are still to your west, and particularly the southwest side of Shreveport. These are pretty quickly approaching the Shreveport metro. And we're starting to see that there with the camera out of Shreveport. That area is gotten particularly dark, and it's only 7:23 Central Time. Looks like a little police activity too, although I don't think that's weather or severe weather related. Let's take a quick look. Let me see if we have any better cameras. So the Shreveport Metro is going to get upgraded. Alright, we'll just keep that camera up since that's actually coming towards our camera. But new warning here, tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds. If you're in the Shreveport Metro and you have a couple minutes to get off the road, that would be good. This whole area of surging winds with a tornado potential is moving up into Shreveport. And this is going to be moving east at 35, 60-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible, and penny-sized hail. It puts the strongest part of these cells into Shreveport in about 35 minutes or so. Areas around Stonewall, about 15 minutes. So if you're south and west of Shreveport, yeah, there's Stonewall right there. You have about, say, 10 to 15 minutes till these storms are hitting you. Still watching that area, it doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier, but it still may spin back up, as well as watching a couple other areas of rotation. This area near Logansport is particularly strong. You can see all the lightning, just kind of maximized actually, the lightning, how the radar depicts lightning. It's all lined up like that. And yeah, that is a particularly powerful area of storms here, headed towards Manfield, Pleasant Hill, Converse in western Louisiana. New severe storms with a tornado possible tag here in the north side of Shreveport. That's near Spring Hill, Haynesville, Homer in Louisiana, and then Emerson and Taylor in Arkansas. This is riding along the Arkansas border. Yeah, you can see there's an area of circulation. It's kind of on the northern end of this. A bit of a calm ahead in this cluster of storms. So yeah, we'll need to watch this calm ahead, and again, kind of trailing from that calm ahead is going to be your stronger winds coming out like this. That is a push towards Homer and Haynesville. Any tornadic development would likely be Haynesville up to Emerson, Arkansas, as that moves kind of north and east like that. Yeah, that's becoming a quickly dangerous storm there, riding along the Arkansas and Louisiana border. Still strong storms too, north of the Houston metro. These are pushing towards Houston, eventually towards the Woodlands, but Montgomery, Texas, up towards Conroe and New Waverly, you guys are all in a severe thunderstorm warning. As well as storms here between Milliken and College Station. And then I'm really watching this storm here pretty carefully near Lexington and Lawrence Chapel in Elgin, Texas. It's a bit isolated off on its own here, discrete. So that's one we definitely have to watch for a heightened hail, wind, and even a tornado chance. Let's say goodbye to this storm here that's finally starting to push into Mexico. Looks like still a bit of a circulation here near Dryden Crossing, and a really large hail signature showing up just along the Mexican border here. This is quickly going to be an issue into Mexico, but this storm has had a history of producing at least one tornado, and also a pretty good hail history. And then we're also watching this storm here, tornado possible. It's starting to reorganize itself. It's starting to tighten up on its western and southwestern flank here. So I wouldn't be surprised if this tries to create another tornado at some point here. This is between Crane and Rankin, Texas, south of Odessa. If it did create another tornado, it'd probably be in this area here, although it has not been moving very fast today. So it's still a pretty good distance away from Rankin, Texas at the moment. But this is slowly starting to slide into an area that has a little bit more population again, along 385 and along US 67 here. Crane down to McCamey, Rankin, and over to Big Lake. So we'll really have to watch that one. It could tighten back up. Also watching these storms here, tennis ball sized hail and lime sized hail. The one earlier looked like it was trying to get tornadic, but it never really did. But either way, around Seminole, Texas, and then also around Denver City again, you guys have some larger hailstorms. Storms are trying to drift into the Lubbock area with some severe storms. And then also west of Sundown still. And then in the Texas Panhandle, severe storms now push through Amarillo, Pampa, Perryton, and Liberal up into Kansas. This is actually along the Texas Panhandle, Oklahoma Panhandle, and very far southwest Kansas. And then there's a few more strong storms here out along US 50 towards La Junta and eventually towards Larmer, Colorado here. This is pushing your way with half-dollar size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Wouldn't be surprised if we get another warning out of that storm. There's a couple storms that have produced significant hail. There's one along US or I-70 right now near Stratton, with some larger hail, 1 inch. And then we do have a new severe warning here south of Salem in South Dakota. We did finally get a severe warning out here. Yeah, those storms have intensified a little bit. They're west of Sioux Falls right now with quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Okay, we're going to lose the tornado warning here near Dryden Crossing. The tornadic part of the storm would be most likely into Mexico now. So for the US side of the border, it's not a tornado problem. Still seeing that larger hail between I-9 or US 90 and the Mexican border, so that's why we still have a destructive severe thunderstorm, 70-mile-an-hour winds, apple-sized hail. I do like that they kept the tornado possible tag. So a nice job with the National Weather Service here on this storm, as it's right along the U.S.-Mexican border. This has also prompted a flash flood warning. It's been here for a while, and this is a pretty arid environment out here with 1.5 to 3 inches of rain already fallen. There's also another storm that's popped up near Sanderson. Not severe warned, but that's going to add to the rain chances. The storms near Lubbock and west of Lubbock are getting an extended warning here. This is for quarter-size hail down towards Plains, Texas. And then we're watching our Shreveport camera. We have a pretty good surging area of winds coming towards Shreveport. Also watching this area now east of Logansport, between Logansport and Mansfield. That's an area to watch for some tornadic development. Yeah, that is clear air, so that's good. But there's a bit of a notch in here that we have to watch, and a bit of rotation. But these are damaging winds here, pushing into areas here now into Louisiana. Greenwood, Stonewall coming up, Four Forks, Coulter, Gloucester, Wood Springs, Mansfield, Trenton, Katuna, Benson, Union Springs, all the way over towards Pleasant Hill, and then the I-49 corridor east of Mansfield. So that's Goss, Carmel, Sloan, Kingston, Frierson, DeBrock Landing, and then into the Shreveport Metro. Also watching this area here, tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds near the Spring Hill, Haynesville area. Yeah, this is an area of rotation right along the Arkansas and Louisiana border between Haynesville and Emerson. Kind of broad at the moment, but still watching that area. Alright, I'm going to go grab a refill on, or not. I was going to say I was going to grab a refill on the homemade lemonade, but looks like we have a new tornado warning coming in. No lemonade right now. Alright, yeah, it's going to be it's going to be that cell. The one I was just talking about near Mansfield and east of Logansport. Yeah, it's wrapping itself up good. Although not looking as impressive on the reflectivity here, or on the velocity scan. But on the reflectivity, it does. You can really see that that inflow notch in here, the wind surging into it. Still some stronger winds, even if there's not a tornado with it. 70-mile-an-hour plus there. So this is 8 miles west of Mansfield, moving northeast to 45. So this is into western Louisiana. Let's take it from the reflectivity here. That puts it in Mansfield in less than 10 minutes. Grand Cane, basically now. Hawley, about 10 to 12 minutes. Kingston, 10 to 15. Sloan, about 15. And then Abington, here in western Louisiana, about 25. This also includes I-49 here between Kingston and Carmel. So yeah, this is a pretty dangerous part of the storm. Even without a tornado on the ground, I would also be treating this whole area as a tornado. So Mansfield down towards Pleasant Hill. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm with at least kind of hurricane force winds coming at you. And it's another one of the situations where I'm concerned about traffic on I-49, especially high profile vehicles. Basically, I-49 is kind of north-south here, and we're getting some really strong winds that are going to surge in from the west. Our camera right now that we're watching is out of the Shreveport Metro, so we're keeping an eye on those storms as they approach the Shreveport Metro. Almost done with this storm here south of Sanderson along the Mexican border. Even the strongest hail is actually right along the Mexican border, the strongest hail signatures. So this is slowly sinking out of the U.S. And then we're still watching the destructive severe thunderstorm. Still has some rotation on it, but it doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier. Between Crane and Rankin, Texas, even just a couple scans ago, it had a little bit brighter hail cores. Those have seemed to drop off a little bit. Considerable threat and tornado possible still ongoing here near Seminole Texas, and then also towards Higginbotham and Denver City. Those two storms are pretty strong. Then also a pretty strong signature showing up here near Plains, Texas, with at least quarter-size hail in that storm. Good news is the storm that's closest to Lubbock seems to be weakening. And then also watching these severe storms as they push through Amarillo, Pampa, and Perryton, all the way up to Liberal, Kansas. 60 to even 70 mile an hour winds are possible with those storms. And then we still have some strong storms approaching Larmer, Colorado, along US 50 out here. $half size hail and 60 mile an hour winds possible with those storms. Also pretty good storm here now north of the interstate along I-70 here in Colorado, near Stratton, Colorado. That one has produced at least 1 inch hail. And then still up in South Dakota here, near Sioux Falls and Bridgewater, South Dakota, we still have a strong storm. 60 mile an hour winds, 1 inch hail. Oh, some new storms have gone up near Abilene, Texas. Yeah, they weren't much. 7:05, about 35 minutes ago, they weren't really much. Now they're kind of organized into a bit of a cluster, and there's the severe warning for that. 1 inch hail and 60 mile an hour winds. Wouldn't be surprised if this one gets it too. But we'll have to watch these. They're moving more east, so we'll have to watch those storms. The most concerning part of this line here is this area south and west of Shreveport right now, and then down into the areas here near Hemp Hill. That is a very strong area of severe thunderstorms moving into Louisiana right now. Back to this storm, still showing some circulation in here. Can't really see anything on the CC that would define a tornado, so either way, take this very seriously here as it's quickly moving through Mansfield and then up towards Holly, Sloan, Bayou Pierre, and Carmel, and also Kingston in Louisiana. Also watching that area of circulation that's north and east of Shreveport near Haynesville and Emerson. Kind of broad still, but there's an area there right along the Arkansas and Louisiana border. See what the National Weather Service is saying here. Okay, they have extended. They have extended kind of the southeast portion of this. That's what I thought earlier. This area here goes out until 11 Central Time. This part of the severe thunderstorm watch. It's kind of an extended part of the original watch. Yeah, valid from 7:15 to 11 p.m. Central. So I would guess as these slowly sink south, we may get eventually a watch that even includes Beaumont, Port Arthur, Lake Charles, Galveston, and the south sides of Houston. I would, if those hold together, they got a good chance getting down to the Gulf Coast. A new isolated cell here near Junction, Texas is another storm to watch, kind of like the ones near Abilene that have popped up within the last 40 minutes or so. Back to our tornado warning here, though. Still some rotation in here. It's broadened back out. That tends to be what these little notching segments do. But even without the tornado threat, there's a pretty good gust of wind coming out through this tornado warning. That's Mansfield and points north here towards I-49 Kingston, Holly, Sloan, Carmel, and Bayou Pierre, Louisiana. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space. So you can see this strong storm push into areas here in the Houston metro, starting to get really close to the kind of outer suburbs of Houston, Conroe, and areas here just west of the Woodlands near Sterling Ridge. You guys are all in a new severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. And then I've been watching this storm, considerable threat near Lexington. It looks a little weaker than it did earlier. That storm that I mentioned near Junction, Texas, is going to get an upgrade for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Likely some small hail in here. That's lifting a little bit basically north. I guess north-northeast. Yeah, about northeast, kind of. Again, the forcing and steering isn't as strong out here in West Texas. This MCS has basically created its own steering. It's headed south and east through eastern Texas, now into Louisiana and southwest Arkansas. So these storms are going to continue south and east towards the Gulf Coast. Back up here, though, in West Texas, these storms are in a kind of a different environment here. So that's why we have a lot of these have been drifting southeast today, but some here in kind of west central Texas are drifting a little more east and northeast. And then we also have another MCS to watch up here that's kind of doing its own thing. It's moving more southeast. So eventually that could affect areas like Elk City, Altus, and if it holds together, Wichita Falls. So again, we have a camera here in the Shreveport Metro. We're really watching those cameras as the storms now are coming into the Shreveport Metro. Watching a little area tighten up on the north side of that tornado warning. Either way, this is about to hit I-49, so if you're traveling south of Shreveport, if you don't have to travel south of Shreveport, I would not do that. Let's leave our camera again and see. Let's see. this is looking at 220 here, looking west, southwest. 220 right here. So we're looking towards the, basically towards the radar site and towards those stronger storms. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for Shreveport. Tornado possible 60-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail. We have our tornado warning sitting south of Shreveport. And the area of circulation, the original area of circulation, is almost out of this warning, so let's see if that gets re-extended. Also watching an area of circulation just north of there, south of Stonewall, Louisiana. This whole line segment here, south of Shreveport down to Jasper, is a pretty significant bow echo here, with 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, small hail, and the potential for some spin-up tornadoes. So we really do have to watch that whole line here as it pushes into western Louisiana. I think the tornado threat is starting to die down with this storm, and they've dropped the considerable threat. This is the storm that came through Midland-Odessa with a damaging tornado around the Midland-Odessa airport. Still has some pretty severe hail, ping pong ball size. It's still being warned for a tornado possible. There's a little bit of rotation still in it, but it doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier. So some good news there in West Texas. These storms here southwest of Lubbock are all still severe warned. Basically lime to tennis ball sized hail. Also watching, looks like some new storms developing closer to Lubbock. Yeah, seeing some new cells go up here. So I'll watch those, but yeah, these kind of 4 storms. Golf ball to tennis ball sized hail possible in those. And then still strong storms here at Larmer up to Burlington and eastern Colorado there. Our storms here near Abilene are both severe warned. Likely some gusty winds in this one too. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Wouldn't be surprised if the southern one gets a little bit of an upgrade. Could be some larger hail and also larger, higher winds than that. Then our other newer storm was the Junction, Texas storm. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. We're about done with the baseball-sized to apple-sized storm here near Dryden Crossing. Yeah, it's sliding just along the U.S.-Mexican border, but it looks like the largest hail is now into Mexico. So some good news here. I think we're finally starting to get out of this, but tornado possible and apple-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind. Now, the storm was kind of moving a little further, like south. It now seems to have kind of curved and it's moving a little more southeast. So this, I hope it doesn't, but it may slide kind of along the U.S.-Mexican border here. And the U.S. border takes a bit of a southern jog a little further east here. So Comstock, Texas, down to Del Rio, Texas. You guys have to watch this storm. It's yeah, it's picked up speed a little bit and it's moving more southeast. So good lightning there on the Shreveport camera. Yeah, you can also see the heavy rain. The rain's definitely picked up on that Shreveport cam. And we're going to get a tornado warning here for that other area rotation. Or I guess kind of an extended one for that. Yeah, that's tightened up a little bit. This is for the south side of Shreveport. This is for Mayors, Palmetto, Hartwick Place, DeBrock Landing. I mentioned you guys earlier. DeBrock Landing, Firestone, Moss, and Elm Grove here in Louisiana. Yeah, this is starting to kind of lift a little bit more northeast than east. You can see that in the last couple scans. Yeah, this area rotation is surging more northeast than east. But even around Knot Point, I'd not let your guard down on that one. But here's your area rotation. Not seeing a defined CC drop with that. That right in here is clear air from the inflow. Now you can see there a little bit of weak echo region. But this is moving up towards Mayors. Yeah, about 35. So it's right near that Frierson and approaching DeBrock Landing. Let's see. Let me take it out from the area here along the leading edge. So that's about 15 to 20 minutes for the Mayors area. About 10 minutes to Woodchuck. Capeless or Capless, about 18 minutes. So yeah, that is a quickly developing situation here. If there's a tornado, it'd be in this area right near Frierson. Not seeing anything defined on the CC, but it's a decently tight area of rotation right near the Frierson, Louisiana area, lifting up towards DeBrock Landing, Moss, Elm Grove, Palmetto, Capeless, Mayors, and Hartwick Place, south sides of Shreveport. Our camera is in Shreveport looking southwest, so we're kind of looking towards that area, but not fully. Actually, let me see if I can get out in front of this. It's gotten really dark in that Shreveport cam. Let's see. Ooh. So this camera is right at 220 and 20 on the eastern side of Shreveport, and you can really see this camera shaking now. We're into some pretty heavy rain here from the cells that are in the Shreveport metro, but this is also somewhat in line with that potential area of circulation. So if that holds together, that could be up into this area. We'll have to see if it does. You can see the rain coming down, the camera shaking. Let's see, closest. So we're looking west. We're looking west towards Shreveport from this camera. That is that's a pretty good camera. This area here is going to get a further extension of the severe thunderstorm warning from Mansfield up to Ashland and Ringgold in western Louisiana, Castor, Hall Summit, Edgefield, Coushatta, all here along I-49 from Pleasant Hill up to Ashland. And then we're watching that area rotation right around Frierson. Hard to say, there might be something in there. Yep, it is. Observed tornado. Yep, that was it. Radar confirmed tornado right near Frierson. So right in there. Yeah, that was in there for at least a scan. I don't know if it's fully in there anymore. Could still be. There could be a little area. That area right there, that's an observed tornado. Up next here, Frierson up to Palmer Landing, DeBrock Landing, Moss, Elm Grove, Palmetto, Capeless, Hartwick Place, and Mayors. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space. That's lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement or a storm shelter, that is a better option. If you don't have a basement, just go to a lowest level into your room. That's often a bathroom, a hall closet, sometimes a laundry room, something that's interior house, no windows, no doors to the outside. Put as many walls between you and outside as possible. Yeah, still seeing that CC drop here just near State Route 175 in the Frierson community. These are going to be really hard to see. They're back right on the leading edge of this Boeing line segment, but this is tucked just a little bit behind that, back in the rain. You're going to get your big surge of wind and rain, and then right there is your tornado sitting just behind that. I think it's now along 175. Once again, an observed tornado there near Frierson. Moving towards Hartwick Place, DeBrock Landing, Moss, Elm Grove, Palmetto, Capeless, and Mayors, just on the south side of Shreveport. For the time being, this is, it's pretty far south of downtown Shreveport. So Shreveport, you're not in immediate danger. of a tornadic circulation. This is about 17 miles south of Shreveport. And the strongest area of the storm seems to be sliding along I-20 and points just to the south. Pretty good lightning there on this camera. This camera is right here on the east side of Shreveport at 220 and 20. So we're actually in pretty good line of this tornadic circulation if it stays together and comes up this direction. But the camera's already shaking from the wind, rain, and lightning that's already in that area. So if you're just joining us, we have quite a bit of activity here. Just checking things out. We have one tornado warning right now south of Shreveport, Louisiana. We have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings in western Louisiana, and then also north of Houston. And then that's kind of with its own complex of storms. A little bit separate from that, we have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings here in West Texas. Those are all for hail-producing thunderstorms. Some of them have produced up to softball to apple-sized hail, and then there's a few up into southeast Colorado at the moment. Good news is the other cluster of storms that we were watching in the Amarillo area has gone sub-severe, which I thought was going to happen a while back. The returns as it came through the Amarillo area close to the radar site didn't look as impressive as they did earlier. But still watching this area here towards Clarendon, Shamrock, Wheeler, Texas, up towards Canadian, Texas, and Higgins. That's your strongest area of this Boeing segment. That may, if it continues to get in towards Elk City, Childress, Memphis, right along the Oklahoma-Texas border. And then back here near the Lubbock area and points south and west of Lubbock, we've been really focused in on watching some of these storms. They have lime to golf ball size hail. A couple of them have some areas of rotation, so tornado possible tags. But either way, that's a nasty night here for areas from Plains down to Seminole. Denver City has gotten some larger hail in the Denver City metro. So right now, Midland and Odessa are storm free. We'll have to see if these sink south towards you guys. They are drifting southeast towards the Midland-Odessa area, but the storm that caused all the problems in the Midland-Odessa area is still sagging southeast between Rankin and Crane. New severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball size hail includes the areas here around Rankin, Texas. This storm, though, does look less impressive than it did earlier. The rotation has certainly come down, but still some larger hail likely in here along Texas 349. And then also newer cluster storms that we've been watching here is near Abilene. Likely some gusty winds with this one, $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. South sides of Abilene, especially towards Lawn and Novice. That'll likely get extended out towards Bayard and Cross Plains. still watching a destructive severe thunderstorm. It's now pushed mostly into Mexico here, although it's sliding southeast. If it stays on that current trajectory, it could impact more areas of Texas, from say Comstock down to Del Rio, Texas. So we'll have to watch that. That one did have some tornadoes earlier, and still being warned here right along the Texas border with Mexico for apple-sized hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible. If it does have a tornado, it's likely back here in Mexico. Again, it's kind of skirting right along the U.S.-Mexican border. But yeah, if it stays on this current trajectory, it could be back into West Texas here. Comstock over to Del Rio. The storm is still holding on here south of Lexington, Texas. It had close to 3-inch hail earlier, with baseball-sized hail. And then also watching this cluster of storms here near the Woodlands and Conroe, Texas, with pretty good hail and wind threat, and also strong lightning there. A lot of lightning coming into Conroe, Texas, and the Woodlands. 60-mile-an-hour winds, that gets extended out Beaumont, Lumberton, up to Kirbyville here in East Texas, Newton, and then Maryville, DeRidder in Louisiana. This strong part of these storms is likely going to slide down towards the I-10 corridor in the next hour or two. Also have the strong storms here near Manny, approaching Leesville and Simpson. Ooh. I don't like this little notch here. This is another one of those areas to watch here for tornadic development near Gandy and over towards Peason in Louisiana. Lorien. Yeah, that is an area to watch right there. We've been watching the observed tornado warning here near the Frierson area south of Shreveport. There is the CC drop just near the Frierson area. Don't see that CC drop anymore, so that's a good sign. And it seems to have broadened out, but either way, they're going to extend a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning to cover this whole area. There's a couple other areas of rotation. This whole part of the storm is developing more of a calm ahead. You can really see that when you look at the reflectivity. You can just see the spin in this part of the atmosphere. So this complex has essentially developed its own low pressure system. Which sits right about there. So the storms kind of wrap around that and then trail below that. So this is where your gustiest winds are going to be, south of this low. And then up here in this calm ahead, that's where we can get some of the more enhanced tornadic threat, as well as any of these little notches down in here. It's a pretty powerful MCS, especially for this time of year in the Gulf Coast. But yeah, I don't like this area here near Florissant and Hornbeck. If that holds together, it tightens up, that may need a tornado warning somewhere in this area here. That'd be between Florian and Holmbeck, coming up towards Coburn and Kyle and Lotus. Another area of rotation here around Belmont. And then, woo, our camera is really getting hammered here. Can't even see that. There's a police car that's sitting in kind of the median, I think. And earlier you could see it pretty good. You can see the rain is just pouring sideways here. This is looking west back towards Shreveport along I-20 at 220. And yeah, they're starting to really get into the rain wind in this camera. Our camera's right in here. If that area of circulation continues up, it could continue up towards our camera, so we'll have to see about that. Yeah, there's a pretty good cell kind of, not really with the cluster of storms, but a pretty good cell just out ahead of it. And that's what's giving us our heavy rain right now. It's right along I-20. If you don't have to travel out of Shreveport tonight, especially south of Shreveport along I-49, or right now between Ruston and Longview, Texas, it's not a pretty night here for travel. Still watching some strong storms here in central Nebraska. Yeah, a couple stronger storms near Broken Bow. And then also watching those strong storms around Stratton and Burlington, Colorado along I-70. And then also Larmer, Colorado with a tornado possible tag also. Still a pretty strong storm south of Amarillo, southwest of Amarillo. And then non-severe storms now bowing out close to the Oklahoma border, approaching Shamrock, Wheeler, Canadian, Texas. Watching the cluster of hail-producing thunderstorms southwest of Lubbock. Probably a new one right there near Brownfield. And then this whole area here near Abilene and Brownwood is going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, some gusty winds in that. $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, especially the areas just south of Lubbock are bowing out, coming towards Clyde and Cross Plains. I think we're starting to see the end of this storm near Rankin. Still has baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible, but I think we're starting to see it probably rain itself out, which actually could be bad. We could get a few larger hailstones. Any of the hail that was suspended up in the really strong updraft, as that updraft weakens, it won't be able to sustain any of the larger hailstorms or hailstones. So we could see a few larger hailstones coming out of that storm, just based on it starting to die off. If you're in that area around Rankin, Texas, please take that storm seriously. I'm still watching this area here around Comstock and Del Rio, Texas. No warning yet, but this storm that has moved into Mexico is kind of riding along the Mexican-U.S. border. It looks like it's going to slide south of Comstock, but it could be a problem for Del Rio eventually. If that holds together, that could be towards Del Rio. Surging winds coming through the woodlands. $40-mile-an-hour winds, pea-sized hail possible there. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets reissued a severe thunderstorm warning. It's got kind of a bowing segment and pretty good winds, what we're seeing here. Upwards of 50 to 60 on the radar, and we're starting to get closer to the radar site there. Just a massive amount of severe thunderstorm warnings here in western Louisiana, and then still watching the tornado warning it hasn't been updated since the top of the hour. It's 8:20 Central Time. It hasn't been updated since 7:59, so I don't think it's still observed. And the rotation doesn't look as tight as it did earlier, so anyway, just stay in your safe spot if you're already there. This whole area has a bit of rotation in it. Looks like the strongest part of this calm ahead in the line segment is staying just south of Shreveport. I mentioned that earlier. It's kind of riding along and south of I-20. Still, though, it's not a very good night here in Shreveport. Heavy rain, winds, and thunderstorms still around. We're seeing that as our camera there from the Shreveport Metro, looking west, and you can just see the sheets of rain coming down. Can barely see. There's a cop on either the shoulder or the median. And earlier you could see it clearer. Now there's so much rain and stuff, you can barely see that. Good news is I'm not seeing as much traffic as we did earlier, so hopefully people are heeding these warnings and staying off of all these highways here. Alright, I'm going to go, since I don't think this tornado warning is observed anymore, I'm going to go refill that lemonade. Alright, we're back. Had to grab a quick bite to eat there. Let me check the audios again. Alright. Audio sounds good. I think we're back. Had a tornado warning right as I left to get that drink and a quick bite to eat here. This is for the area that I think I mentioned earlier around Leesville and DeRidder. It's now up towards Leesville, approaching areas here along, let's say 228, Louisiana 28. But it's another area here of quick spin-ups. Oh yeah, this one really spun up quickly here. Actually kind of moving more of a southeastern motion, and it's now swept up. It does look broad compared to how it looked just a few minutes ago. Yeah, it's another one of these little notches in here that really wrapped itself up quickly, but also dissipated quickly. Radar indicated tornado warning still for the areas here south of Leesville. We're also already getting along the Texas-Louisiana border. Already report here at Toledo Bend of 77 miles an hour out of a broadcast media mesonet site. So I guess local news station has a weather station there. Site reported sustained winds of 77 miles an hour. It gusts to 84 near Toledo Bend. That is a powerful storm. That was that whole area where like the lightning was really maxed out. It was an area that I was, I think, warning for a while back. But yeah, okay, that's verified. Still some notching in here that we have to worry about for tornadic circulations. Not seeing a ton in here at the moment. There's another one though up here near, let's see, Provencal, Natchez, that area up here, Bellwood and Val's Mill. That has a little notch right in there that we need to watch out for too. This whole area though, 60, 70 to 84 mile an hour winds. That is an area that I'm increasingly concerned about. Still a pretty strong storm pushing through the woodlands. This is going to create, even if there's not a severe thunderstorm warning with this, this is going to create an issue for air traffic around the Houston metro. This is approaching the areas here near the airport. Yeah, this is the airport right here in Houston. So this is just off the runways here. We're seeing the camera here in Shreveport. The tornado warning is dropped in the Shreveport metro, but still has a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. There's still a bit of areas of rotation in here. The heaviest part of this storm is just south of Shreveport, which is good. There's also a few other areas of notching. Yeah, this area here I'm getting a little more concerned about. South of Nacogdoches and lifting up towards the I-49 corridor. Yeah, that area right in there. That tightens up, would need probably a tornado warning for that part of the storm. So that's what's going on in Louisiana and extreme eastern Texas. Trees across Highway 175. That's a mile south of I-49. We've had 84 mile an hour winds. We've had several power lines and trees down along Highway 21. Let's see, reports of trees down, power outages. This is all in East Texas right now. Tyler County Sheriff's Office reports trees and power lines down. So this area has had quite a hit of severe weather. And that's going to likely continue for at least another few hours here in western Louisiana. We're still seeing a pretty big area cluster of storms here south of Abilene. That now has gotten warned for Eastland, Brownwood, and Comanche in central Texas. Pretty good storm there near Coleman. Not seeing a lot of circulations with those, so these are mostly just hail and wind. $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind. We're still seeing some tornado possible tags and not $half, but golf ball size hail to even baseball size at the storm near La Mesa, Texas, approaching Patricia. Storm over Seminole, Texas right now with some larger hail. And then near Plains, Texas. Probably another good size hail storm here near Brownfield too. These have also stayed south and west of Lubbock. So Lubbock, Texas has been pretty lucky so far. And then we've had a bit of re-intensification from these cells here. They were in a more organized Boeing segment. Now they're a little bit more isolated. So we're seeing a couple more isolated or discrete, semi-discrete areas of rotation or of cells, and that heightens their updraft. So we've seen a little bit of increase in the hail. This one here, speaking of rotation, it has a tornado possible tag, and it does have some rotation in it. So that one is one to watch between Shamrock and Wellington, Texas. And then still kind of a Boeing segment for 60-mile-an-hour winds, pushing out towards Elk City, Oklahoma now, just about to leave the Texas Panhandle. Good news is the storms here near Larmer and eastern Colorado, they seem to be on the decrease. So that's some good news here for eastern Colorado. Mostly hail-producing thunderstorms. Still a cluster of hail-producing thunderstorms north of I-70 right now. Ping-pong ball-sized hail near Kirk, Colorado, and Idalia, Colorado. Also some strong storms still here in central Nebraska. That storm may need a severe thunderstorm warning soon near Cozad, Nebraska. These are also staying north of I-80 at the moment. So that's kind of the quick tour of the radar right now. Those storms have died off with the setting sun here in Florida, so that's nice to see. And I'm still watching this storm. It was a severe and tornado warned storm earlier in areas around Sanderson. This area is moving southeast on its current track. It could head towards Del Rio, Texas, and come back from the Mexican side into southwest Texas here. A new severe thunderstorm warning here outside of Sioux Falls. This is for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Freeman down to Turkey Ridge over to Chancellor and Billboard in southern South Dakota. Yeah, could still get an isolated severe storm or so in this area, especially Nebraska up into southern South Dakota. We're getting an extension of the severe storms here east and south of Shreveport now. That's for Ashland, Goldana, Martin, Lucky, up to Arcadia and Gibbsland. I think Shreveport's gotten pretty lucky tonight. The strongest storms have stayed just south of Shreveport. And the strongest part of those storms are moving now east of Shreveport towards Ringgold. And then south from there. Still watching a couple areas of rotation. Approaching the radar site here, which is good to see, but a couple areas here near Flora. And then there was the area near Leesville that's broadened out, but still some area here near Leesville that we do have to watch. And the good news is the storms have gone sub-severe, pushing towards I-10 here. Beaumont over to Lake Charles. Still could get some gusty winds out of these storms. Yeah, still the sheets of rain coming down on our traffic camera there, the Shreveport Metro. I want to take a look and see what the models are thinking here for later. So the models are kind of indicating continued downtrending from the storms in Colorado, the storms in West Texas, and then the storms here in East Texas and Louisiana. I'm a little skeptical. I think that I don't know if the models picked up on this cluster of storms near Abilene very well. And then also I think some of these storms in now west central Louisiana here, south of Shreveport, are a bit stronger than the models the latest runs were kind of indicating. I think they underdid some of those. So we may get a little bit longer lasting severe weather over late evening here and into the overnight here for especially northern parts of Louisiana, and wouldn't be totally shocked here out of like central Texas. Storms here out near Lubbock should downtrend, and then also these ones up here. But this is all going to essentially leave just a interesting wake of outflow boundaries that the models are picking up by tomorrow morning. Could have some new storms develop overnight into the morning in areas right now that don't see a lot of action, basically along the Red River and including Dallas, Fort Worth again, who have gotten hit this week with rounds of severe weather. If those storms do develop, they're going to cluster up and kind of form new MCS complex that heads into eastern Texas. So that is an interesting thing. This is our updated area by the Storm Prediction Center with a slight risk. Still extending up into Colorado and then down to about San Antonio, Houston, and up into the Shreveport Metro, and then also southwest Oklahoma. The enhanced risk has been basically trimmed back to just this area around Lubbock and the areas in the tornado watch. Around Lubbock down to Midland and Odessa. You probably agree with that. So that's basically the rest of tonight. Wouldn't be surprised if this gets pushed out just a little bit further. again, I think the severe weather potential out here in Louisiana still could last another few hours at least. Tornado threat is still just kind of confined to West Texas, the biggest tornado threat. Again, kind of the 2% risk cuts off right here, but I wouldn't be surprised if that gets extended out further because there is a bit of a QLCS threat with the storms here in western and northern Louisiana. Tomorrow's an interesting day. I think the slight risk here in Texas is picking up on the cluster of storms forming that some of those models show forms like up in this area here, and then that slides southeast. So that's likely what this slight risk is showing. But then also there's a bit of a low pressure system as that tracks up this way through Missouri tomorrow. That's going to enhance a little bit of the showers and storm activity for Arkansas and the Mississippi River Valley. I think tomorrow the 5% tornado risk actually moves into Arkansas. So Little Rock, extreme northern Louisiana, and northwest Mississippi, even into the Memphis area. That's your 5% tornado risk tomorrow. And then there's a bit of a 2% risk here for central Texas. The wind risk stretches out here, again, for that cluster of storms that may develop again in the Red River Valley and then push down south and east. So you may see a bit of a repeat for tomorrow. And then also some scattered storms here in the high plains again. A hail threat should be a little lower tomorrow, but still a couple areas of higher hail threats, mostly in the high plains and a little bit in the Texas hill country here. So an interesting setup for tomorrow. The Storm Prediction Center did put out a day 3 risk that also goes up into the high plains, eastern Colorado, western Kansas, and western Nebraska. That's for Saturday. We'll get a little more details on that in the coming days. If you haven't watched it, I put out a video for the first week of June. It covers mostly kind of the weekend into early next week. There's some hints of basically a ridge building here in the west, and then a trough in the east. So troughing and then ridging here. That'll set up a bit of a northwest flow, especially across the Great Lakes. There are some indications next week that there may be some MCS development or even derechos developing in this area here in the Great Lakes. So we'll see. It's kind of that time of year when we can expect those types of setups, ridge riding clusters of storms. So we'll see if that does happen. But overall, the weekend looks a bit quieter, so some good news here for the weekend. So we're getting an extension here towards Alexandria, Louisiana for the 60-mile-an-hour winds. See, we had a report here out of Leesville of 52, so that's good. It's come down from 84 to 52. Still watching for a couple areas of spin in this in this part of the storm. There's also some interactions with these storms out ahead. Not a very good night here to travel on I-49. This is just a mess. And then we're still seeing our traffic camera here out of 220 and 20 here in the Shreveport Metro. Strongest storms are just south of there. Still pretty strong storms down here along 171. They're going to bring some gusty winds and heavy rain down into the Lake Charles area. And then our storm here in the Houston Metro did get upgraded again to a severe thunderstorm with 60-mile-an-hour winds. I wonder if that is... It is radar indicated at the moment. But maybe being in a pretty strong area here, or a populated area, that it might have been verified. Those strong winds are over Kingwood and Humble, Texas right now. Crosby, Sheldon. That warning goes all the way out to Old River Cove, and then areas here near Baytown. The strongest part of the storm should stay east of downtown Houston, but you guys may get into some of the parts of this storm, but it's probably going to be more of an issue eventually here for Liberty, Cove, Dayton, Beach City, Anahuac, and then down towards Baytown and LaPorte, Texas. Still watching some strong storms back here, kind of in the same area they've been all night. Seminole, Comanche Trails, down here near Patricia, that storm got extended a severe thunderstorm warning down towards Knott and Ackerley. And then also still a strong storm here near Plains, Texas, approaching Seagraves and Wellman, Texas. Also north and east sides of Denver City again, although it looks like this storm may slide east of Denver City. Denver City, Texas has gotten, I think, 2 or 3 rounds of severe thunderstorms already today. And then still watching some of these strong storms here now, pushing into Oklahoma. Ryden down to Cheyenne, Strong City, and then approaching Elk City with 60-mile-an-hour winds and some 1-inch hail possible. This one is a bit of a stronger storm here. Let's see, where are we getting the radar from? Kind of between 2 radars. But this is south of Shamrock, Texas, approaching Wellington, Texas, kind of between those 2 cities. And it has a little bit of rotation in it, but mostly it's a hail producer. Also some wind. That is approaching the golf ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind. That's a considerable threat. Severe thunderstorm. That's approaching the Texas Panhandle border with Oklahoma. New warning here around Natchitoches and over towards Winfield and Ball in central Louisiana. Still an area of rotation to watch here for, there's still an interesting area of rotation right in here. Keeping an eye on that. It does have a tornado possible and 70-mile-an-hour considerable threat, severe thunderstorm. And more lightning still in our camera. Let's see if I can get a different traffic cam. We might be able to get something out of that area. Doesn't look like the cameras are working in the Alexandria area. Alright, so we'll stay on that. Shows us at least the general thunderstorm area here out of Shreveport. So that area of rotation that I just highlighted just a couple minutes ago is going to get a tornado warning. Something a little funny in there. Yeah, I saw it right here. It got actually kind of tight near Mora. There might have been a little touchdown in there. It's hard to say there was, but there might have been something in here. These little leading line segment spin-ups are so hard to detect on the CC because they're right at the leading edge, and sometimes they just last a scan or two. There's probably tornadoes too in these types of QLCS tornado situations that actually are so brief they're between the radar scans. We get these radar scans every 3 to 5 minutes or so, and yeah, some of these are so brief that within that 3 to 5 minute time frame, you might get a tornado and not even see it on the radar. So we got a tornado warning here for parts of Louisiana. This is for central Grant Parish and southeastern Natchitoches Parish in northwestern Louisiana and north central Louisiana. Pretty good area of circulation in here, and then it's broadened on the last scan, but let's see. Actually, kind of two areas. Either way, you take this seriously here. Gorham, Flatwood, Janey, Sampson's, or Sampson, Choppin, Galbraith, Marco, Colfax, Pollockville, up to areas around Aloha. That is in north central Louisiana. And then finally got a tornado warning on one of these storms out of Lubbock. This is the storm that's approaching Seagraves. Rotation in here. Ooh, hard to see what's going on in that storm. There's such a hail core in there too. It's pretty tightly wound. This is radar indicated also lime-sized hail for southwestern Perry County and southeastern Yoakum County here in northwestern Texas. Good news here is this is going to be over mostly rural areas. But there are some places, Sligo, and Pleasant Hill, Texas. East and north of Denver City, and then north of Seagraves. If you live between Seagraves and Plains, Texas, you guys have to be in your tornado safe space. That is probably, I think, the strongest cell right now in West Texas. It does look like these are starting to fizzle. A bit more of a cluster of storms. They're not severe right now, but at least the individual cells, these are starting to fizzle. This one, though, is still going pretty strong. And then I'm still watching this storm here. It's starting to look a little bit weaker. You don't see the purples and stuff in the core. Ooh, big lightning flash out of Shreveport. But it is on track to cross back into Texas around the Del Rio area. So we'll see if that gets rewarned as that gets to the Mexican border. Also checking in on Houston, we have still the strong storms with heavy wind pushing through areas here east of Houston. Approaching I-10 here, Sheldon, Crosby, Old River, Winfrey, and Baytown, Texas, on the east side of Houston, even as far down as Deer Park, Texas. These are pretty populated areas too, so. Storms are non-severe as they push through Beaumont, but still possibly some gusty winds pushing through DeQuincy and Beaumont, Texas, eventually approaching Lake Charles. The Lake Charles National Weather Service office has had an interesting week. Lake Charles National Weather Service office at the Lake Charles Airport here, they saw a water spout out here one day, and then they saw a brief tornado touchdown, both from their office center there at the airport. So a water spout, and then I don't know if they rated it, but at least as of yesterday, it was like an EF unknown out in kind of the middle of a nature area. All right, let's see. Let's check in and get some updates. Trying to see if we have any updates from, well, particularly the National Weather Service, but see if we have any chaser updates. Nothing major from the National Weather Service. The National Weather Service latest mesoscale discussion. We are getting another tornado warning here for that area around Alexandria. But the latest National Weather Service discussion from about an hour ago was an ongoing QLCS threat here. For strong to severe QLCS. So that may necessitate pushing some of this severe weather watch a little further. So we have 2 tornado warnings here as part of this QLCS threat. The one to the north is still radar indicated. It's significantly broadened within the last couple scans. If there is anything, it'd be in this little notch in here. And actually the rotation looks like it's tucked back just south of there. So not seeing anything there. Still, if you're in your tornado safe space, Colfax, Chopin, Galbraith, and Pollockville, Marco, up to Aloha, stay in your safe space. Let this area pass. The newest area here is west of Alexandria. Oh yeah, you can see the tightening here as we approach the radar site. And still in here. It's now broadened too on the last scan. But there is still something in here. This is kind of in that area. There's some interaction with these storms out ahead of the line. But yeah, around Simpson, you can see it tighten up. And now it's broader than it was earlier. This is out along Louisiana 28, west of Alexandria, for Woodworth, Castor Plunge, Gardner, Wiley, or Wheel, W-E-I-L, Rapides, Quadrant, or Quadrate, Hemp Hill, Clifton Crossing, Hicks Crossing, and Jericho. So you guys are kind of in it right now in Hicks Crossing, but the tornadic threat would be just east of you guys towards Clifton Crossing. Yeah, not seeing it like it was just a few minutes ago. That's why these are so hard. There might be another one here. Yep, that is another tightening area circulation right here near Glenmora and Forest Hills. So if this area tightens up, it would probably need its own tornado warning. Somewhat in this area here. Ooh, it did. Yeah, I think this area here probably needs a tornado warning. Elizabeth, Glenmore, Forest Hills to LeCompte. Pretty tight area of circulation right in here. North of Elizabeth. And that's lifting up towards Forest Hill and Glenmora. We can check our other area of rotation. Not seeing that one as much. Actually, both these other two areas of rotation. Again, if you're in these tornado warnings, stay in your safe space, but these are those QLCS spins, and within a scan or two, they go from a pretty strong circulation to nothing. It's very hard to warn these, and because they're so fleeting. But yeah, this area down here is the one I'm actually most concerned about, and it's unwarned here near Glenmora and Forest Hills. Nothing on the CC, but it's a decently tight area. Fun night here in south or central, west central Louisiana. Again, if you don't have to travel I-49 right now, it is just an absolute mess from Shreveport all the way down to Alexandria right now, and eventually it's going to go all the way down towards Lafayette. They're going to get involved in this big mess of storms. Alright, back to our other tornado warning here in West Texas near Seagraves and Denver City. Still seeing some rotation in here. And also some large hail still in this storm. This is, I think, our strongest storm right now in West Texas. Tennis ball size hail, 60 mile an hour wind, and a radar indicated tornado. Coming up towards Sligo and Pleasant Hill, Texas. We're going to get warnings here for 60 mile an hour winds and some small hail for this whole area. I think I mentioned earlier, Strong City, Butler, Elk City, that gets extended out, and then Sayre, Carter, Willow, Mangum, Hollis, and East Duke also get severe thunderstorm warnings. So yeah, still pretty good area of gusty winds and some smaller hail. Good news is the hail cores have come down on these storms. So it's mostly a damaging wind threat at the moment. And then still have one lone severe thunderstorm. Oh, that one doesn't look as good. It should be dying off, but there's still some small hail, maybe some gusty winds up here near Parker and Hurley and Viborg in the areas around Sioux Falls, South Dakota. That does not look as strong as it did earlier. So good news for there. Still some stronger storms though near Broken Bow down to Cozad. Good lightning still on that traffic cam. Getting a new tornado warning. I think I know where it's going to be. I'm getting a little cocky tonight, but yep, there it is. It's that area that I mentioned earlier. Wow. Oh, wow. That has really wrapped itself up. I mentioned earlier it was the most impressive looking of those QLCS spins, but this is likely on the ground right in here. Yeah, that is likely an ongoing tornado here. Near Westport, Union Hill, Bethel, Glenmora, Forest Hill. Mentioned you guys just a few minutes ago to get to tornado safe space. But yeah, Elmer, Medler, Bringhurst, Midway, Forest Hill, Longleaf, McNerney, Glenmora, Union Hill, Bethel. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space. This thing is likely on the ground. That's a pretty tight area, QLCS spin. And we're seeing the CC drop right in here. Yep, there it is. Tornado on the ground near Union Hill. It's going to update here in just a second. If we see the, I'm pretty confident, but if we see the velocity pair up into that circle right there, then we got a tornado on the ground here, right near Union Hill, Louisiana. That's going to be it right there. Surprised this is gone. Not not observed yet, but that spun up very quickly. Again, that's a tornado approaching Union Hill. You can see how quickly this goes. There's nothing in here right now. Within the scan, we saw it developing here. You see the lowering CC values, these yellows. And then the next scan here, we got the little blues and greens. That's indicating your tornadic circulation. And now it may be gone. On the latest scan. Let's double check this. Could be some leftover. But yeah, it's likely gone. Quickly wrapped up over Westport. Probably produced a brief tornado between 113 and 112. Just on the east side of Westport, Louisiana. And now it's already over here by Union Hill. And not seeing those CC drops like we did a few minutes ago. Wow. Yeah, that's what I mentioned. Like, this one scan here shows a really tight area circulation with the weak echo here indicating the tornado, and that's where the CC drop was. So, within one scan or two scans, it's broadened back out. But either way, this could easily spin back up. Still areas of circulation right in here coming up towards Forest Hill. You can also see the strong winds in this part of the storm. So we have 3 other tornado warnings right now, but the 3 here in Louisiana are part of these QLCS spins. One still ongoing there, one over here near Union Hill. The one on the north side is kind of broad, so some good news if you're up towards Colfax is that is more of a broad area. And the radar just updated, so really pushing out even further. But still have a little bit of a notch in here. And then this is our most potent notch right now. Good news is we're not, again, seeing those CC drops like we just did. This is approaching Glenmora up to Woodworth. The other tornado warning covers the western side of Alexandria, Louisiana. And then the line is actually about out of the tornado warning here near Colfax. But if you're in Colfax, Louisiana, just stay in your safe space if you're already there. I quickly want to check on our West Texas tornado warning. Not quite seeing that rotation like we did earlier. I think that storm is starting to go on the downtrend. And a little bit of area rotation right in here. But I think that storm is starting to downtrend, which is good. And the storms to the south, the one finally near Seminole has go on sub-severe. This one near La Mesa will probably be the next one. So good news there. Still some strong storms here near Post, Texas. And then also still storms surging out here near Comanche, Texas with some heavy wind. Quarter-size hail and 65-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, we're starting to see that surge out pretty good. And even 70-mile-an-hour wind in the warning to its south. So this area is a pretty potent storm cluster here, pushing out towards Eastland, Comanche, and Brownwood, Texas. Making our way back east, we still have the strong storms here near Baytown, up towards Liberty, Texas. And then sub-severe storms are pushing into Port Arthur, Lake Charles, but it's north of Lake Charles where we have our severe threat that's really continuing here. Yeah, this area around Glen Mora up to Forest City and Woodworth needs to be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level interior room away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Still just radar indicated. I think it was on the ground there for a couple scans. Just between Westport and Union Hill. Looks like it's broadened a bit, so that's some good news there. We're starting to see some really strong winds, and we're not far from the radar site. Yeah, there are some really high wind readings in here. That doesn't mean that these are reaching the ground level, but at least probably 60+ mile-an-hour winds are reaching the ground. This is being warned for 60-mile-an-hour wind and tornado possible, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see even some higher wind readings coming out of these storms. The area here really near Colfax is kind of non-existent anymore. This area rotation, if it's in there, it's up north here of 71 outside of the tornado warning. So I'm more concerned with these two. Some very strong winds and a good notch here, but there's also another one here west of Alexandria along Route 28. So yeah, watching these two areas. Again, not seeing the CC drops on those. This one here is slowly starting to broaden out with the surge of winds that's pushing towards Glen Mora. Some really strong winds. So again, please be in your tornado safe space for this area. Glen Mora over to Woodworth. Even if there's not a tornado, you're going to get some really heavy winds in here along 113, 112, 165. Glen Mora up to Forest Hill, Longleaf, Midway, Bringhurst, and Melder. And this other part is Woodworth up to Castor, Plunge, Lewiston, Gardner. Again, seeing a little bit of rotation in here near Lewiston and Gardner. And then seeing some rotation in here still between Glen Mora and Calcasieu. Yeah, this area is Some really strong winds. I would not be surprised if we're going to get hurricane force winds out of this area. Glenmora up to LeCompte, Woodworth, Forest Hill. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space, not just for the tornadic threat around 113, but also for this heavy wind threat. This is all pushing out here towards Forest Hill, LeCompte, about to enter Glenmora here in north central Louisiana. And then still have a little bit of a rotation here west of Alexandria. That tornado warning to the north around Colfax has expired. And yeah, not seeing that area rotation tighten back up, so that's a good sign there. So we've dropped the tornado warning here for this storm north of Seagraves. Still a bit of circulation, but not seeing like a tight area circulation, so it's just a tennis ball size hail, considerable threats through thunderstorm, likely up in here around 213 and 1780. That is sinking slowly towards Wellman and Seagraves in West Texas. I think this storm is going to make it back into the Del Rio, Texas area. It does look weaker than it did earlier. Still probably a severe thunderstorm with some hail in northern Mexico. Watching as this heads south and east. It does have a little bit of a hook on it still, so it is rotating a little bit, but not as much as it did earlier. This could produce a severe thunderstorm warning if it gets closer to the U.S. border, and if it's kind of on track to head into the Del Rio area. I know I've been kind of watching it for a while now. It started out around Sanderson and kind of meandered into Mexico, and now it's eventually going to probably end up in Texas again because of how sharply southbound the Texas-Mexico border is in that part of the border there. Strong storms now sub-severe around Houston. Back here towards Glenmora and Forest Hill. Ooh, these are some nasty winds pushing right through Glenmora at the moment here. If you're along US 165 and I-49, Woodworth, Forest Hill, Glenmora, you guys need to be into your room, away from doors, windows. Be in your tornado safe space. And then still watching that rotation. It's broadened out. Not seeing the tight couplet like we did just a few minutes ago. And it's still showing just radar indicated, so that's a good sign that it hasn't tightened back up. Same for this one, still a radar indicated tornado. Still that notching in here south of Route 28. That may head over towards Alexandria. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. Either way, also some bowing winds coming towards Woodworth. But there's two areas of strong winds that are both bowing out. We're pretty close to the radar site too, so we can see this one surging towards Woodworth, and then this one pushing through Glenmora over towards Forest Hill. There's also some other areas of surging wind, including what's left of that circulation is still actually looks a little tighter than it did the last scan or two. This is why those QLCS, there's also one kind of here too. This could be a QLCS threat here. If these tighten back up, if you're kind of out ahead of this line, if you can go to your lowest level into your room, I would advise doing that if you're in this area here along 49 in central Louisiana. Yeah, it's all under tornado possible tags too, so this good call for the National Weather Service. there's definitely a few areas here of tornado possible. This one is probably going to need a new warning. It's now south of Colfax, picking up in intensity here. We're watching this area rotation. It would be coming towards Pollock, and then also watching this one east of Montgomery, maybe towards Atlanta, Louisiana. Yeah, what a night here. Areas of circulation, 2 of them are tornado warned right now. The southern one has a massive amount of damaging winds with it. Here's your other area, and then probably a 4th right up in here, maybe a 5th down along 165 right here. So there are a number of quick QLCS spins in here that are interesting to concerning, to say the least. And then also some areas of very strong wind in here. This is eventually going to make its way over to Winfield, Alexandria, Ball, and probably eventually towards Marksville in central Louisiana. The northern part of this line is starting to lose a little bit of its punch. Along I-20, there's still a severe thunderstorm warning for I-20, Gibbsland over towards Ruston. We're seeing the I-20 corridor here on the traffic cam, just on the east side of Shreveport. It may finally get out of the rain in this traffic cam, but it's still coming down pretty hard there. And also some gusty winds. We can see the traffic cam is still shaking a little bit. Not as heavy as it was earlier. Yeah, and I'm still watching some areas of circulation here in this QLCS situation. This is a pretty nasty area of damaging winds, and also couple areas of circulation, Glenmore up to Woodworth, and eventually here approaching Alexandria, Louisiana, and then also this area of circulation near Colfax headed towards Pollock, and also a little bit near Montgomery. Not seeing anything in there. Neither on that one. Still a pretty ongoing severe cluster of storms here. Checking in on the National Weather Service. Not much in the way of new information. It does appear like what the models were showing earlier, that the West Texas storms would downtrend. It does appear like that's starting to happen. Still seeing some pretty strong storms around Seagraves and Wellman. The storm I feel like has been here for a long time. Lime-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, it's moving southeast at 10. So that's why it has been there a long time. Which means the unfortunate part is if you're getting baseball to lime-sized hail, it's come down a little bit in their in their warning, but if you've gotten baseball-sized hail, you're probably still getting line-sized hail because the storm is only moving at 10 miles an hour. You're going to be in the hail core for an extended amount of time. Strong storms approaching Elk City and Mangum in Oklahoma. And then also strong storms Brownwood over to Eastland and Comanche in central Texas. That area has a pretty good bowing segment of winds near Comanche. And then watching our 2 tornado warnings with 3 or 4 areas of circulation at least. They're approaching Alexandria, Woodward, and a few of these areas up here north of Alexandria between Ball and Winfield. Yeah, Woodworth. Forest Hill is in that part of the circulation. Again, it hasn't really tightened up since we saw it really tighten up and probably drop a quick spin. We saw it tighten up here around Westport and probably produce a quick spin in here between Westport and Union City, or Union Hill. And you can see how quickly that broadened back out. Within 1 or 2 scans, boom, it's broadened back out. New severe thunderstorm warnings for tornado possible. There's a bit of a spin in this part of the line too. Eunice, Ville Platte, Pine Prairie, and eventually towards Opelousas. But that's a pretty strong area of storms here coming down 190 here. Some of the strongest storms should stay north of Lafayette, but either way, it is not a good day to travel up along 49. Parts of this storm cluster has had up to 84 mile an hour winds and 77 mile an hour sustained winds and 84 mile an hour gusts. That would be a hurricane if that was over, the water. That's like hurricane conditions. 77 sustained and gusts to 84. That's pretty crazy here. Those strongest gusts, that Boeing segment and its strongest area is the area that's over Alexandria, Ball, approaching eventually Marksville and Cottonport eventually, with these couple areas of spin. In addition to, those were non-tornadic winds, but still seeing a few areas of circulation in here. And still seeing 2 in here. The only one that has the tornado warning is this one still at Glen Mora. Up to Forest Hill. Not seeing anything defined in those. That's good. They've extended a warning out to Stevensville, Texas, Dublin, and Hyco. That's for the surge of gusting winds out here towards DeLeon, Gorman, and Comanche. Those storms are going to continue kind of east, southeast through central Texas tonight. Lime-sized hail still possible here north of Seagraves. And Now we're starting to see that storm come into Del Rio. Actually, a new storm popping up on its flank here. Doesn't look quite as healthy as it did earlier, so that's good news, as that lifts probably back into South Texas here. Wouldn't be totally surprised if that got a severe thunderstorm warning eventually again. There's still some decent hail cores up in here, but it's a little bit definitely weaker than it was earlier. With that cluster of storms that's over Comanche, Texas right now, Abilene reported 59-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 1-inch hail, and limbs broken and shingles blown off, and power poles blown over, as those storms develop kind of right in this area and then move east. So that whole area is approaching Stevensville, Texas. New area of severe thunderstorms warning here for Winfield, Jenna, Pollock, Ola, Clarks, up towards Columbia. Surprised this doesn't have a tornado possible tag. There's still a bit of an area spin in here, as that'll come up along 165. We've gotten rid of the tornado warnings, but still a couple areas of notching in here to watch. Not seeing anything super tight right now, but those could always tighten back up. We've had some new storms go up near Denver. Yeah, these may get some hail warnings here too. One near Wiggins, one near Hudson, Meade, and the newest warning here is for this area between Boulder and Longmont. That is quarter-size hail and 50-mile-an-hour winds. There may be an area there that's a little larger than that. That's approaching areas here, north sides of Boulder down to Louisville, and then Broomfield, Colorado. This is into the Denver metro. So we could get a sizable hailstorm here in the northwest Denver metro. Would not be great. Storms are pushing into Kansas, but sub-severe at the moment. Ping pong ball size hail still possible in that storm, just on the Kansas border. This is, I think, our most potent area of storms, at least widespread severe weather at the moment, in an area that threatens kind of that area. Now east of Shreveport, along the I-20 corridor, basically between I-20 and I-10. I think that's your biggest threat for severe weather. The storms seem to a little tamer down south of I-10 right now. There's a big lightning flash. on our Shreveport camera. Yeah, still watching these areas here. Along I-49 south of Alexandria. This is a pretty good surge of wind even without the circulations. You can still see them in the reflectivity too. There's these notches in here. You can see them on the reflectivity and the velocity. But the velocity shows you those big surges of wind. That's right now approaching downtown Alexandria, Inglewood, Moreland, Chambers, LeCompte, Meeker, Lone Pine, Clearwater, and Turkey Creek. Yeah, I wouldn't totally rule out this area around Winfield. There's still a bit of a circulation in here too. $half size hail here up towards St. Francis, Kansas. Kansas gets into the party today. The far northwest corner of Kansas. Yeah, with $half size hail. Wouldn't be surprised if we got a couple other severe warnings just out of these storms here along the Kansas border. Wouldn't be shocked if we got another severe warning or two out of those storms. And then these areas here, just north of Denver, seem to be a bit of an uptick. 8:52 Mountain Time, so yeah, wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings out of any of these four, but especially the one here near Wiggins and then the one near Hudson. They seem to be the stronger two. The one near Meade seems to be the least strong of the four, but this one actually has a weather statement. For half-inch hail. Very interesting. If that one has half-inch hail, then these you have to have half-inch hail too. Just by looking at the reflectivity of them all. They're drifting kind of east-southeast. With the one that is severe warning right now has the best chance of getting into the Denver metro. Louisville or Louisville over to Erie and Gun Barrel. This one may be sliding a little more east too, so I would say Erie over Brighton, Henderson, Bloomfield. Probably need to watch out more on that end. Liner and Liggett. Yeah, those are some interesting storms that popped up there near the Denver metro. Good news is right now we have no tornado warnings. First time in a little while, I think. Storm seemed a little less severe down along I-20 there. But still watching these areas here around Alexandria. Particularly this one. And then also the one down here southeast of Woodworth. They don't look as tight as they did earlier. Overall, though, this is a pretty good damaging wind threat coming through Alexandria right now. So areas I mentioned earlier, Cottonport and Marksville, you guys are now in a severe thunderstorm warning. For that surge of wind here coming out, 60-mile-an-hour wind, and maybe some small hail. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a few areas of reports of even higher wind than that, especially west of I-49. Also going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning that covers Altus, Oklahoma, for the storms here along US 62. They're pushing kind of east-southeast, eventually maybe over towards Altus and Frederick. I think overall, though, the severe threat is starting to wind down a little bit, at least in the coverage. Still have to watch, I think, central and northeastern Louisiana. But I think the strongest part of this line has affected Louisiana west of 49. This is 49 right in here. So still have to watch areas here in northern Louisiana, as well as even possibly as far as the Baton Rouge area. We'll see if the storms maintain that. But they're slowly starting to weaken kind of south to north. Particularly, though, this area around Alexandria and kind of north central Louisiana. That may continue for another couple hours as its strongest part of that Boeing QLCS segment here. And we are seeing some more severe storms up here towards Denver. Quarter-size hail, quarter-size hail. They probably all have at least quarter-size hail. Wouldn't be surprised if there's even $50 out of this. But they're sliding south and east. Somewhat like that. This is going to get an upgrade, it looks like, from 1-inch hail to $50 size. I think the storm finally near Wellman and Seagraves is finally starting to fizzle. That's a good sign. And still a strong storm here near the Mexican border. This is the one that came out of, what was that? Sanderson, Texas. Still affecting areas here around Del Rio. The strongest part of that storm is still in Mexico, but still one to watch as it slides here into the Del Rio area and then points just south and east of Del Rio in Texas. May see another severe storm. Yeah, still seeing a pretty good burst of wind in here. Also a little bit of area rotation south and east of Alexandria. Right in that area there. So overall, I think that's going to do it for tonight. Real quickly, a report of 4-inch hail there in Coupland, Texas. I think that's going to do it for tonight. Kind of a widespread hodgepodge of severe weather. We've had a couple warnings in Florida, Colorado, even up into the areas west of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and then a tornado emergency near Midland and Odessa a while back this evening with some confirmed tornadoes in that area, as well as large hail. So we've seen actually quite a bit of severe weather. Some QLCS spin-up tornadoes in Louisiana, and yeah, some more discrete cells with tornadoes in West Texas. So thanks for joining us. Maybe on tomorrow. We'll see how the severe weather looks tomorrow. Especially if any of this gets an enhanced upgrade, then the likelihood of us being on will increase. But there's a bit of a tornado threat in Arkansas tomorrow, and then some damaging winds likely back here in central Texas. So a bit different of a threat than we saw today, and then a bit more of that discrete isolated hail threat here in the high plains. So that's tomorrow. Not really any updates to tonight, except still a bit of a marginal risk here in Nebraska and a little bit into southeast South Dakota. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit more of a threat here, again with that QLCS ongoing here in central Louisiana. But I think the downtrend here, these are going to keep trending down in West Texas. May get a little bit of an uptick here. I'd say these circled areas are the areas here where we have to watch more in the near term. So stay safe tonight. Have multiple ways to get warnings, and we'll see you on the next one. Thanks, everyone.